Sorry, I got a little distracted with replying to YouTube comments. This video I uploaded yesterday is absolutely popping off, for better or worse. People feel very strongly about the Delve boss for one reason or another. It's interesting is the word I'll use to describe it. Interesting. All right, you know what? Before we head straight to the Delve boss, now, to be fair, perhaps I should have considered this before I booted up the stream, but we're gonna go to the Mox boss real quick and get some more charges for our, pendant. Every other resource, though, I think we are good on. Where's the pendant? There's the pendant. And we'll bring out our max cape as well for teleport. In fact, we need to go to the POH because for some reason we're 64 prayer. Also, I didn't put on boots. Those would help. Just a little bit. Oh, let's bring out a couple more Crawambons. But yeah, for better or for worse, this Delve 12 video I uploaded yesterday is picking up a lot of attention. And you know what? Honestly, pretty fortunate because typically whenever I upload a video and it like has any if it picks up any traction of like of a certain crowd, let's say, I typically just get bombarded with like these like negative comments, but there's actually people like reasoning, being reasonable in the comments. Like just as many people being reasonable in the comments as people just like saying like the most outlandish things. I forgot to wear boots. Let me finish this KC and TPL and put on some boots. Also, I think you guys can hear game audio, but I don't think I have my speakers on my end, so I'm gonna have to do that after this. What a scuff start to the stream. Yeah, I can't hear my own audio right now. I have no audio. You know, I genuinely don't know if I should be crushing or slashing this boss. Oh, 16 frozen tears? That's pretty good. Okay, to the bank. Let's put on some boots. And either a blessing or a Gommel's Hilt, I'm not sure. Probably a blessing for prayer. Honestly, these scythe charges aren't really that much of an issue. Where are my boots? There are the boots. And let me turn on the sound so I can hear my own game sounds. Okay, that was weird. I went to turn on my speakers and then like I saw my monitor blink for a second. How does that correlate at all? It doesn't. Alright. Alright, don't worry, we are gonna make our way over to Mocha, as the stream title and thumbnail imply. But we need a reliable way of getting there first. So, you know what? We got 16 frozen tiers on the first KC there. That's really good. I think we have like 54 total now. Let's just try and pick up a couple more charges. I'm gonna DPS calc this. I'm genuinely very curious. Like, I'm running full Torva. Do I slash or crush this boss? A MOKHAIOTL. Assuming that's how you pronounce it. Everything on Varlamore is difficult to pronounce. Let's see, Scythe on slash 8.975, Scythe on crush 8.787. So I should be in slash. Interesting. What if I wear an Inquisitor's top though, which I do own? .993 versus 9.094. Okay. I guess when I should be wearing an ink top and I should be on crush, but I didn't do either of those, so. Oops. You know what? I really can't be bothered with this boss right now, so I'll probably just one more KC and we'll get out of here. And back to Mocha. Oh, dude, for a second I thought I didn't get a single tier. Okay, 2 tiers is kind of ridiculous, though. One more. We just started the stream, and we've done this a few times in the previous few days. We have to start off by getting a few KCs here at the MOKHAIOTL boss. MOKHAIOTL? How do you pronounce this? Anyways, we're here because we needed to get a couple of frozen tiers for our pendant, which we use to get to Mocha. This is likely going to be the last KC, though. I don't feel like spending too much time here. We do have a decent amount of charges. Also, that was a max claw. Let's go. Ouch. Alright. Give me a bunch of tears. Only 2 again. Alright, let's get out of here, though. Let's get out of here. Also, let me go ahead and put the link to the guide in the description. You know what? Mocha guide. We'll pin it to our chat as well. Alright, let's go gear up for some Mocha. Also, if you guys are on the Twitch end of things, you can just type in !guide. There is a bot command for the Mocha guide. Anyways, let's get geared up. Supplies are looking okay. Definitely enough to get through the day, I'll say that much. Oh, we need bolts and arrows. No blessing for us. Last night I also did re-up a little bit on the anti-venoms. We were very, very low on those. We don't use very many of those, but with the amount of Mocha we've been doing, everything adds up. Like, we're hurting in every department. Even this giant stack of 6.3k anglerfish used to be a higher number than that. And nevertheless, let's get started. You know, while we're running over there, I do have to check. I'm like, how much drive space do I have? Because basically what I do is I record every run, If it's like a bad run, nothing really interesting happens, I almost delete it right away. But sometimes like the recordings definitely rack up in my drive, and it does take up a lot of space. Alrighty. First run of the day, how is this gonna go? I reckon we'll just get like a wave 8. In this setup, I've shown that I'm capable of doing like wave 10 or wave 12. But we need to warm ourselves up a little bit. Yeah, I'm looking at this global thing right now, and like I just want to know I'm not like tripping or anything, right? Yo, how's it going? Like look at the disparity between level 7 completions and level 8 completions. This boss is objectively difficult, and I feel like people that are like trying to downplay like any Delve 8 clear, like not only have they not experienced the boss for themselves, they're also like they also have a warped perspective on like the difficulty of this boss. Well, that was weird. How come I couldn't? Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm 4 tiles away. Okay. I haven't used any tile markers or anything like that at this boss. Like, I've been pretty content with just, like, keeping it as clean as possible, but the size of the boss throws me off sometimes. How's it going? Going pretty good. Did my usual routine where, you know, I made some breakfast before I booted up the stream. While I was eating my sandwich, though, like, yesterday I uploaded a pretty simple video. Like, typically I have, like an ongoing GIM series, right? Iron Man series. But also occasionally I do chuck up like a few videos that are a bit more low effort. It's just like more like a gameplay style video. Like especially if it's content like the Inferno or like a good Chambers raid completion or something like that. Well, I decided to upload a Mocha video of me doing Delve 12 with this inventory setup. This exact inventory setup, if I'm not mistaken. With hard food only. And, some people have, like, really strong opinions. I'll put it that way. But I don't think it's, like, exactly to do with my video, to be fair. I think, like, people just have... Like I said, like, people are, like, underestimating how difficult this boss is. Like, we looked at the board itself. There's a huge percentage of the active, like, people doing Mocha where they haven't done a Wave 8 clear yet. In fact, I think there are people strategically doing 1 through 7. Which is, you know, if that's what works best for you, that's what works. Heck, even after seeing the drop rates, I'm kinda not sure what my best approach to this is. It definitely seems like at least doing a Wave 9 is very worth it. But I don't know how deep of a delve run is realistically worth it. The ZCB missed there, that's quite unfortunate. I walked into that. That's also unfortunate. Melee punish. Mostly clean run so far. Will today be the day we get the cloth? I kind of chuckled in saying that because I have been saying that quite a bit, it seems. But to be fair, you know, I didn't really say that the last couple days. Like, believe it or not, this boss has been out for 15 days now. Which is not a lot of time, but also a lot of time. A lot of the time in the sense that we've been doing this boss every single day since release. So waking up today, I did see that they hotfixed a few things, although I'm not... I skimmed through it, I didn't... Also, these days, all the blog posts are so filled with information, it's hard to keep up with everything. Like, even if you read the entire blog post through and through, by the time you're done reading, like, you probably don't retain all the information that you read. Like, it's just crazy. Indeed, we have been grinding. You know what? Today we're likely gonna hit 4,000 total delves. Oh, would have got an elite clue. The classic first wave 7 where I'm just caught off guard. See, we've been grinding this boss so hard that, like, we already have, like, common, almost like meme reoccurring things that happen. I'm gonna tank a hit here. I was just, like, way too slow. I didn't look ahead. I didn't look ahead as to, like, where I had to move and stuff. Which, most of the time, you can react fine, because, like, it's not that far away, but in this case, it very much was. Like, if you have to react and like the only available options are on the other side of the room and you're not already moving over there, yeah, it's kind of chalked. All right, that was wave 7. That took almost 2 minutes. You know what? Before we head into wave 8, let's heal up. You know what? Our food is looking better than expected for our first run of the day here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. We're gonna have to tank another hit here. I'll just slow the move right there, I suppose. Real debatable whether I want to do a 9 or not. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Yo, yo, we're on our first run of the day right now. And considering we made it to 9 so far, so pretty good, I guess. We will utilize our CCB spec right here. Well, that's just not great. I didn't really account for the attack range there. Oh no, I'm gonna have to tank, huh? Oh, this is not great. It won't do 44 to me, will it? Surely it won't do 44 to me. 29, okay. Pretty humble. That 12 was incredibly humble. Oh, well, we mistimed it. You know, well, it's unfortunate. Bad news? We died and we didn't even claim any loot. Good news? We did a 1 through 8 there, didn't, and I mean this is not exactly good news, but it's not like in dying we missed out on a unique or anything, so. Oh, okay, let's repot. I have to reply to another YouTube comment real quick. I'm telling you, like, this video is just popping off. But luckily, there's a lot of people that have actually stumbled upon the video that have like an understanding too. Like I said earlier, like typically if one of my videos for whatever reason picks up a lot of traction, like I kind of forget what happened last time, but it was like mostly a pile on like pretty negative comments, but like there's actually people like actually calling other people out in this comment section. It's interesting. And it, you know what? It's always the videos I least expect. I did not think that there would be an ounce of controversy in a video that I quite literally edited mid-stream yesterday. And I was like, you know what? This could be a good video. And like, even if it wasn't necessarily a good video, I was like, you know what? I do want to upload this. Harass some bad comments. No, that job's already been done in a sense. I wouldn't say harassing, but I'm more so just calling people out on their bad takes. It's just so funny to me. Like nowhere in my video, in the title, in the thumbnail, in the description, anywhere did I like say anything about not using the best available gear. The only stipulation on that video was that I wasn't using brews, like I was only using hard food. So it's not like I'm like being deceptive, but people are going to feel some type of way and they have expectations for something even though I didn't set those expectations. It's just so funny. Like people, I don't know what they expect. I really don't. If every person could do some insane stipulation and achievement, then it wouldn't be an achievement in any regard. There's a reason why MOKHAIOTL Kirby's budget videos are so interesting, because he's one of the few people that both are capable of doing it and they make videos for it. What happens if there's 1,000 MOKHAIOTL Kirbys, you know? It doesn't make it interesting. That's not the standard. Oh, let's pot up. And you know what? Like behind all the attempts of like incredible like achievements, like again, since I use MOKHAIOTL Kirby, like he quite literally took multiple attempts in doing that budget video. You know? I thought I range potted, but I guess I didn't. What the heck? I don't know. It's a mildly interesting conversation to have, but at the end of the day, it's just people not understanding. I'm gonna leave it at that. People just not understanding. Like I don't need to clarify anymore. Like, all right, wave 4 completed. Oh, currently 420 total duration. Nice. I absolutely hate when a melee grub spawns like right at the end there. And it makes me run out of position and stuff, but then if I don't deal with it, it's gonna leak through. Same thing happened there. I couldn't get to that melee in time. Unfortunate. Do I really want to do 194 Aberrant Specters? I'll answer that for him. No. No, I suppose moving on to another topic. Supposedly, there's been a lot of World of Warcraft players coming over to play RuneScape, right? And like that's mostly because there's certain big WoW content creators that are now actively playing RuneScape. You're one of those. Interesting. I didn't know that. Now, I'm bringing this topic up because, like, yeah, there's probably a huge amount of players that are coming in over from WoW. But I think to an extent, now I say this because someone just said that, do you think the influx of WoW players is going to influence the way that, like, Jagex will do certain, like, bossing updates? Like, maybe, like, more group content. Because, like, to be fair, this game, like, interestingly, like, it's an MMO, but it does have a lot more solo content rather than group content. Yeah. I think, like, while there is, like, a significant influx of players that are specifically from WoW, I also think that the game has just gotten bigger in general, like, regardless of where these players are coming from. And I don't think, like, an influx of players, but, like, from a certain game is gonna impact, like, the way the game might be updated in the future. Oh my god. Panic. Ooh. Oh, that could have been bad. If anything, like even if that was the case, isn't there a reason why people are moving to this game away from another game? Like, why would you want to try and mimic the game that people are supposedly moving away from? Group content ain't a bad thing. Yeah, for sure. I'm also like I'm not disagreeing with that at all, and the fact that like the game needs more group content. It honestly really does, especially considering that we call this an MMO, right? But whether they do that or not, I don't think is like a direct correlation to, oh yeah, you know, WoW players, you know, there's a lot of group content in that. Like I just don't think it's correlated. Oh, don't get ran over. I got ran over. Well, that was clutch right there. It's a good thing I ran there. Otherwise, it would have destroyed these rocks. This is probably another claim angle on wave 8. Actually, no. Not another, because the last one we made it to 9, didn't we? But we died. So, well, we'll claim this time. Give me the loot. I guess this is uncharted territory, though, because the game is actually at its... Like, it recently broke peak concurrent players. So it very much is new territory. And so much so that they're having to add more servers, or like change free-to-play servers to like these members ones. In fact, they made a blog post today, actually, talking about servers and whatnot. They made 3 different blog posts today. It's like so much to read, bro. So much to read for a video game. They had the like the Varlamore, like Mocha, like combat tweaks and stuff. And then there's like a sailing blog or something. And then there's also like some talk about like servers and whatnot. People are leaving WoW because Blizzard keeps fucking up the game and are not giving what the players want. Yeah, I've Blizzard has, like, from like an outside perspective as someone that doesn't know anything about WoW, and also just I don't really know what's going on, but yeah, a lot of people are like dunking on Blizzard specifically. Yeah, honestly, at least when it comes to OSRS, I don't know what it's like on RuneScape 3, but yeah, the mods are very much, like the dev team and whatnot, they're very much in tune with the player base, I'd say. Also, I've played other MMOs before, some of which are very like pay to win type stuff. Like there's like a ton of microtransactions and whatnot. And also like even if it's not microtransaction heavy, like the nature of the game, like if you're not playing every day doing dailies or whatnot, like you fall behind in the game quite quickly. Whereas in RuneScape, like that's not a thing. And there's like no time gated things. Like, yes, am I doing Mocha non-stop for the first 2 weeks since release? Yes. But does it actively hurt me if I didn't do this? No. Like, I could just as easily leave here, come back in 2 months, and get the items here. Yeah, exactly. I don't have to do that. So whether you're like someone that plays 16 hours a day, or like 3 hours per week, like it truly doesn't matter. The doom shift. Well, yeah, it's very interesting because based on what I've seen, like throughout like all the years, is that you are either a World or Warcraft player or a RuneScape player, or like maybe some other MMO. Like MapleStory is another like decently big MMO that like growing up, when talking to like friends and whatnot, they would either be playing MapleStory or RuneScape or World of Warcraft. I'm sure like depending on like your group and whatnot, there might be like some other like fourth popular MMO or something. But then now it's like you hear like a whole lot of players from one of those big MMOs come over to the other one. It really is pretty interesting. I never tried World of Warcraft. I did end up downloading MapleStory one time, but like I had like really bad internet back then, and it took me like a whole day to download the game. And then I finished the download only to play for like maybe like 5 minutes tops, and then I installed it because like I don't know what happened, but I very vaguely remember creating my account, starting up, and then like immediately dying to like pigs or something in MapleStory. And I'm just like, what do you mean I died 2 seconds into playing the game? And I think I just went back to RuneScape after that. We'll let it go. We're gonna end up taking more damage than we're trying to avoid. I think they fixed the nullified damage thing. Oh, 110k EXP for the mining pet. Or is that the mining pet? Rocky? No, that's not the mining pet. That's is that the mining pet? No. No, that's the raccoon, right? That's agility. Why am I not remembering right now? Spoon. That's actually crazy. Yeah, Rocky's thieving because it's the raccoon. Once again, we'll let that go because I don't want to eat damage by misclicking 10,000 times. Mr. President, a fourth UIM has joined the clan. Yeah, there is a surprising amount of UIMs in the clan for like how small the UIM community is relative to the entire player base. So let's try and get it to the corner. There we go. Oh yeah, a UIM getting a pet is actually kind of problematic, huh? If they don't have like the POH store thing. That's funny. Oh, 37 construction? Okay, that's not that bad. That's not a problem you would like think about though, typically. Because who's getting a pet at 110k thieving XP? You know? Is it gonna destroy that? It did. Well, that's unfortunate. I should have just assumed that was gonna be the case and prepared to run to the other side, but mistakes were made. Oh my god, I forgot I was on wave 7. I forgot. I need a plugin that just like flashes wave 7. I think I might actually die on wave 7 more than 8. At least recently. Yeah, because like you're honestly the first 6 waves, it's like, oh yeah, we're chilling, you know. I'm just doing it, going through the motions. I'm reading I'm reading the clan chat. I'm reading the stream chat, and all of a sudden, bam, the projectiles come at a speed of light. Like even now that I'm aware that that's like a tendency I have, like it still catches me off guard. I'm going backwards here. First run of the day, wave 9. Yeah, I was like wave 9, wave 8, wave 7. I'm going backwards. Yeah, I think with this boss, no matter how much you do this, you're gonna get caught off guard at some point, and you're gonna die. Like, it's just one of those bosses. You wanna see the new feature where the whole sparkles? Oh yeah, apparently that's very consistent now, and it happens every time. As long as you get the melee punish. It's actually so good. It heals you up quite a bit, and it restores your prayer, which I didn't know. I thought it was a health-only thing. Um... We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. we're gonna pretend that one didn't happen. I don't even know what to say about that one. Was that wave 7 already? Yeah, but we got to wave 7 really quickly there. Yeah, that might have been like pacing for a new PB. Yeah, I'm not even mad about that one, like, cause that one's just like completely on me. Honestly, if you came in here wave 1 not having like first wave 1, dude, I remember I ran in here, I had no idea what was going on. Like absolutely no idea. The only thing I figured out right away was was like the projectiles, right? Like red's melee, blue's magic, green is range. Like that was very intuitive. But when the bars started showing up, like the blue bar and the yellow bar, like I was just like, what is going on? And then like when this boulder got thrown in the air, I'm like what? And like, you know, I got hit by the rock because I didn't know that was gonna happen. Hey, I think you could clear wave 1. It would be a very long wave 1 though with those stats. Oh, we're gonna get it here. We're gonna get it here. Boom! Look, our health was overhealed already, but our prayer just went from 67 to 77. Free prayer. You would get the wave 2, get the cloth, and not be able to sell it. That's true. Wait, you really wouldn't, because you wouldn't have the crafting level either to make the, like, you could go buy the Tormented Bracelet or whatever, but you wouldn't be able to craft it. No money for the bracelet either. Yeah, it would be a very interesting problem to have. Oops. Oh, we're gonna get it again. Very nice. Free prayer. Top our health off at 99. So good. Poison's being spewed this way, so we'll make our way around to another side. Entering shield phase. I'm gonna hit this melee now because I don't want to deal with the melees with those poison tiles there. Oh, don't have spec. Shield phase. Don't want to deal with that. Get out the way. That's not my Debo. Let's move into the open space here. Oh my god, I was misclicking it so hard there. Unfortunate damage taken on wave 5. So, like, the way this boss is, honestly, half the reason why I misclick at this boss, aside from the clunky, like, hitbox initially, which I think they fixed, is that, like, sometimes, like, I'm, like, not prepared for something, and I just instinctively tense up for some reason, and then, like, clicking and moving my mouse just becomes so much harder. That's precisely what happened there. I was like, oh no. Tensed up, and then I couldn't flick to my proper overhead. Very nice. Clean wave 6. We are on wave 7. Just as a self-reminder, those projectiles come in at the speed of light. Oh, I didn't see that rock behind me. Oh, man. This is why camera angles matter. Two zeros? Classic. You know, for the next run, I'm gonna do my best to like maybe like just like completely like walk through my thought process on like doing the waves. I don't know. That could be like something interesting. Alright, wave 7 complete. We got the big grub. Very nice. Deep Delves 350. Oh, I feel like I'm lagging a little bit. There's definitely a tiny bit of lag there. Oh yeah, what is going on? I wonder if like a huge influx of people just logged onto this world or something. See, I just clicked to move there and my character didn't move. I had to double click that. Again. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm a little shocked I didn't take damage right there. Whole bunch of mage grubs. Followed by a whole bunch of melees. Should I go for the 10? Let's go for the 10. It definitely just started lagging in the middle of that wave, though. Gonna look for some food. Sounds good. I think I'm gonna have to tank this one. Alright, that is a wave 10 completed. Very nice. Let's claim our loot. Get out of here. Yeah, this world started getting really laggy out of nowhere. Might have to hop worlds. You know, they added some new worlds like these ones right here. They're not necessarily new, but they converted free-to-play worlds to members worlds. I'm gonna try some of these. Okay, I don't know why I just completely de-geared like that. Making our way over to yet another mocha run. We're geared up with a bunch of hard food, some sharks, a couple of combo eats with the anglers and karambwans as well. Two ranging pots. Honestly, I should consider bringing one divine, but right now we're rocking with two ranging pots. We did pre-pot a divine range, and we're also working with 4 prayer pots and 1 anti-venom pot in the corner there, just in case we run over poison. Wave 1, nice and simple, there's not too much to it. Just make sure you pray correctly. And what I like to do when larvae come out on any wave is I actually like to deal with them as soon as possible. Melee punish comes out, do a little 4-way switch. And we go for the melee first, then we deal with the boulder attack afterwards. So melee punish comes out, switch to melee gear, deal with the melee punish, make sure we're moving to avoid the rock that spawns under us, and then worry about the overhead. But yes, I like to focus on the larvae as soon as possible. Even in the non-shield phase, the larvae do a little bit of damage to the boss, but oftentimes that causes more issues than it's worth, in my opinion, so it's just nice and easy to get rid of them as soon as possible. So right here, get rid of it. Melee punish also comes out at roughly the same time, but there's honestly plenty of time to react, so we dealt with the larvae first. The most important thing during the melee punish as you're going for the actual melee hit is you do have to take note of the boulder color so you're prepared for what to pray. Wave 2, I believe the projectiles might be a tad bit quicker, but it's still relatively slow. Melee punish to finish off the wave, And we get the holy water mechanic, so we get a bit of prayer back as well. Unfortunately, I forgot to depth charge. I try to depth charge every wave, but sometimes I forget, and also sometimes I simply don't have it due to the timing. You get through the first couple of waves pretty quickly, particularly with a ZCB and a T-bow. So here, ideally I would have wanted to go for the larvae first, but again, there's plenty of time to react to these. Also, now it's shield phase, but I kind of fumbled looking at my inventory a little bit there, but it just goes to show how much time you actually have to deal with the mechanics. So the shield phase is the exception where I do want to pop the larvae close to the boss so that it deals damage. Okay, I was under the impression that they fixed that bug, but they did not. We had a melee punch mechanic going there, but it got cancelled by grub damage, which is not intentional. It's just a current bug going on right now. So melee punish, we go in first. And if we're ever not sure if we can switch prayers in time and deal with another mechanic, I always go for the prayers first. So trees do come out. It is a early wave, but we're going to play the mechanic and not for the DPS. If need be, don't even bother hitting the boss if you're unsure whether you can avoid damage and do damage to the boss. Definitely just stay in the orb and hit the correct prayers, and then worry about hitting the boss later. There's the end of wave 3. Let's sip a prayer potion and continue on to wave 4. We're going to open up with the ZCB and instantly death charge as well. Usually followed up with a decently big T-bow hit. It puts it straight into shield phase, which is nice and convenient. Our divine range pot ran out, so we're going to sip a dose and pray preserve. Now we're going to do a little bit of inventory reorganizing here to keep things exactly the way I want it to be. Sometimes these melee larvae are a little annoying to deal with, particularly when they stack on top of another one, or if there's a ton of acid around. So sometimes I do like to get rid of the melee larvae early, even during shield phase. While things are a little bit quicker here on wave 4, and there is a third projectile coming at you now. 3 projectiles coming at you. 4 if you include the boss's auto attack. It still isn't actually that quick, but perhaps you might want to consider prioritizing hitting the correct overheads first and then hitting the boss. That's always the priority. Wave 5 is going to be the first car phase. Now this one isn't actually going to be that difficult. It's only going to dash at you twice. Again, we open up with the ZCB spec, but unfortunately that misses. Larvae come out. We're going to deal with that quick. That actually did a little bit damage to the boss. Shield phase, but we're going to focus on dodging the rock spawning under us and then also hitting correct overheads. We cut it a little close there, so perhaps we should have reacted quicker. But again, just showcasing how much time you have to react to the mechanics. Couple of melees creeping through next to acid, so we do have to be careful of that. Here on wave 5 during car phase, truthfully, it doesn't matter too much where you make the car dash or the boss dash to. Just make sure once you see that yellow dot form behind you or near you, you steer clear of the path. So the trees come out. And we're going to hit 2 that are very spaced apart, so there's plenty of time. So there's an example of me trying to do too much right there and messing up. I tried to get the green larvae that was creeping through to the boss while staying in the orb. Unfortunately, I just messed up there and I took a prayer off hit. Or off prey, rather. That was just me, you know, a combination of me not focusing enough, trying to talk while doing this, and just making a mistake. If you're not confident in doing that, definitely just avoid doing that. Avoid damage at all costs and play the mechanics. The larva leaking through was honestly not going to be a big deal in the context of a 1 through 8 delve run. It was really only going to do like 1 damage to us and maybe heal the boss by 10. Which is much better than eating a prayer attack that I just did right there. Again, relatively straight line on the orb. We're going to control walk here as we flick the prayers so that we stay in the orb. During shield phase, you can definitely turn off your overhead prayers to save prayer. You can even opt to turn off your offensive prayers, as most of the DPS during shield phase is just hitting the grubs and popping them on the boss for 100 damage each. Just a little minor detail. Alright, just before the card dashes, we're going to try and get rid of that last grub. Sometimes it can be kind of annoying, especially if it's a melee grub, so you have to run over there. And again, in the context of a 1 through 8 delve run, sometimes it might just be the better option to ignore that grub. Particularly if you think you're going to take damage trying to get to that grub. Once again, we open up with the ZCB and T-bow hit, triggering shield phase immediately. We got grubs coming in on the other side, so we make our way over there. We are on wave 6 now, where we do have to think about the positioning of where the boss dashes to. What I typically like to do is I like to put the boss in a corner first. And then we have to hide behind these rocks. Now, I took damage there because I took a bad route to take and kind of ran near the boss, so that was unfortunate. During this phase, I like to ensure that I'm always running and making use of the maximum distance I can cover. That's because this boss is very, very thick. It's like a 5x5 if I'm not mistaken. Now, if you keep your DPS up during car phase with the T-bow and Elite Void, oftentimes you'll probably finish the boss before it even enters the Shockwave Volatile Earth phase. Here on wave 7, the projectiles are going to be a lot quicker. We're going to shift the mindset now, so this boulder is being thrown, and I'm going to prioritize hitting my prayers correctly before I even look to attack the boss. The projectiles are so much quicker on 7, and whenever I'm not paying enough attention, getting the 7 catches me off guard more times than not. So right here, we know we have enough grubs to finish off the shield phase, so we quickly get rid of the remaining grubs. Again, send the boss into a corner. That's just something I like to do. But the most important thing is trying to manipulate the boss's pathing so that you always have enough rocks to hide behind. This should be fairly straightforward. Rocks will save other rocks. You see how that one right there is still alive. So it's tree phase. We're going to hit one early. We're always going to hit one early, and then get a couple of hits in on the boss, and then trigger the second one. Right there, I once again utilize control walking, control clicking, to make my character walk, so that my character is already pathing alongside the orb while I focus on the correct prayer overheads. Right here, I'm going to proc that ranger, and I'm going to deal with these melees because I won't need them, and then I can safely mage the mage grub to finish the shield phase off. Right here, I didn't get the boss to quite dash into the corner, but that's okay. We have to tank one car slam there, or not tank it, but we have to deal with one car slam there and actually finish the boss right then and there. Alright, heading into Delve 8. Made a slight mistake. We probably should have brewed, or not brewed, but ate and potted up before we entered, but that's okay. What's unfortunate is our ZCB missed and our T-bow's not dealing damage. So now we're going to have to deal with the double boulder mechanic. When it comes to 8 and beyond dealing with the double boulder mechanic, I always ensure that I'm trying to move first to avoid the rocks spawning under me, and then hitting the correct prayers while I'm on the move. And once again, prioritizing the prayers and then seeing whether I need to hit the boss with a Demon Bane weapon or just my T-bow. Or even a melee punish. If it is a melee punish, I actually focus on getting the melee hit first. The same thing remains true. Deal with the melee while simultaneously looking at what color the boulders are so I know what to pray. Here we're transitioning into the car phase again. This one's fairly straightforward. Got rocks pretty spread apart, so not too tough to deal with. Again, in the context of a 1 to 8 delve run, if it comes down to having to tank one car slam, it is not that big of a deal. So the same principles apply here. I hit one tree early. Then the only exception there was instead of being able to DPS the boss, I had to prioritize preventing damage. And then I hit the second tree and I was able to follow the orb. Right there in the second set of boulder attacks, I did take a little bit of damage there, but that damage was to debris falling down and not so much the overheads. Always prioritize hitting the correct prayer overheads, and other damage isn't going to be as dangerous. So right here, a slight mistake was made. I was trying to get the boss to dash straight forward, but I moved too early. But luckily, we were able to get out the way as we were fully running 2 tiles at a time, utilizing our movement to the best of our abilities. Now, doing a wave 9 here is actually a little suspect. Realistically, I should have claimed on wave 8, as I've used a significant amount of my prayer for whatever reason. And now we're completely out. So in the interest of saving my prayer, I'm actually not going to even camp rigor here. Like I said earlier, during shield phase, the bulk of your DPS is going to come from simply utilizing the grubs. Another thing you can do is use the CCB again at the start of car phase. Now, if you have double death charge and a light bearer, more times than not, you will have enough spec energy to ZCB in the beginning and at the start of car phase. So we got smacked like 40 because we weren't paying enough attention there and got ran over. But luckily we had enough help to survive. This has been a very rough Wave 9, a Wave 9 that we weren't supposed to do realistically, but we got away with it. By simply prioritizing the right things, what was most dangerous. The most punishing thing there was getting ran over for 40, and admittedly, that was a bit of luck right there. But there we go. We got a Delve 8 completion and an 8 plus on top of that. We'll be claiming our loot. Nearly 700 cannonballs. That's pretty much the only thing of interest to me on this one. Sometimes the loot is not all that great, but stuff like Aether Catalyst, cannonballs, and you know what? Even Sunfire Splinters are pretty good. And sometimes you get a juicy 4 Dragon Plate legs as well, which is good GP. You know what? That wasn't that bad right there. I mean, that Wave 9 was really troll. I almost got ran over. I think we were like 3 health after that. Alright, so hopping to this world, that seemed a lot better. Now, I don't know if the World 495 just had like a slight hiccup there, because right now it says... Oh, there's actually less than 1,000 people now on World 495. But you know what? Usually when it's about 1,000 people, it still feels pretty okay. But I was definitely experiencing some lag right there. Not on the previous run, but the one before that. Oh, that was pretty good that we won and done that. I was really trying to make it a point to like talk my way through the entire process there. I'd say for a first attempt in doing that and like live commentary, that was pretty good, I'd say. Obviously, if we just simply record our run and then go back and analyze it, we could probably be a lot more in-depth with it, but that's not something we're trying to do right now, honestly. You know, we're gaming, we're trying to get this cloth. I will say though, I'm really surprised like what happened with our prayer on that run. I must have just been like leaving it on in between waves too. Melee punish. Let's get rid of that. So I made the mistake there of not actually looking at what color the boulder was, and I had to purely guess off of the speed of the projectiles there. Sometimes it's very obvious which one is going to hit you first, but sometimes it's pretty close. So the best course of action is to always just take note of the color of the boulder. That way you know for certain and don't take silly damage. So right here, this is a mage boulder. The only thing weird about that, I will say though, is that that's a blue boulder for mage, which is consistent. However, the one that indicates a range attack first, for some reason, is just a regular brown boulder. Okay, we get the holy water mechanic. Very nice. Some free prayer back. Unfortunately ran over some poison. Okay, admittedly, I was reading a Discord post comment thing. And right there, I was not looking. Uh, Step 1 in completing Mocha, perhaps actually look at the screen. That was a little weird there with all the rocks getting in the way, but we made it work. But the pathing looked all funky. My character was like shuffling. For the last couple of days, I've noticed my Twitch chat periodically like reconnecting. But I don't see any issues with my internet, so I'm really not sure what's going on there. And as far as I know, like, the stream's not disconnecting or anything. Very strange. Alright, that's wave 6. I am fully expecting a unique today. Now that we know the drop rates, we finally broke our little dry spell yesterday, but unfortunately with a 4th pet roll. So I think with the amount that we did yesterday and the amount that we are going... Oh my god. And the amount that we are going to do today, hopefully we do see a drop. Oh, that was a crazy sequence of events right there. You know, luckily though, we did the first 6 waves pretty cleanly to where even after that mistake and healing up, we do have plenty of food. Although it's looking like a do wave 8 and claim angle here. Although, if we do this 8 very cleanly, I am tempted to do a 9. But we'll see how this goes. Going good so far. Yeah, alright. We took absolutely no damage during that wave 8 other than to our ZCB, I think, so... We're gonna do the wave 9. The giant grub looks so silly, dude. It's so goofy. It's absolutely ginormous. That might be a questionable choice to put it in the middle like that. Actually, I think we're okay. Dude, 100% knew what I was doing the entire time. Don't melee me. It meleeed me. No, it's 9 health. There's like, bro, there's a dude out here in a clown outfit. Ain't no way. Why is there a guy out here? Dude, what? This is so random. This is so random. Yes, very important work. I don't know, bro. I just died on a wave 9. Or was that a 10? Yeah, that was a 9. I just died on a wave 9 with the boss at 9 health left. I come out and that guy's just standing there. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that was. That was very interesting, to say the least. All right, let's jump back in there. Gonna try to render a video real quick while continuing. Hopefully my PC doesn't explode. I mean, I've done it before. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Let's see if we can do this quest. So what quest? The Final Dawn one? Wait, no, you're probably not there. I don't know what quest you're talking about. I don't imagine you have the Slayer level requirement. There we go. Moon's Apparel. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. But you know what? After you do that one, you can do Final Dawn. Okay, we just walked into that. 52 rune crafting. Oh, I forgot about the rune crafting requirement. It's so weird. Hey, I appreciate the follow. Pog. And I can only assume it's Pog Ob. TCB misses. That is tragic. Mage first. Again, I was not looking at the boulder, which is, I don't know, like a bad habit. Like, it's so simple to just simply take a quick peek at the boulder. Okay, that was blue, so mage first. Admittedly, though, sometimes in the later waves, a lot of things are going on. Like, you just know there's a boulder coming out, but you don't really glance at it, but... Like, sometimes it's just like a peripheral vision type thing. That's how they get you at this boss. Like, sometimes they just throw a ton of mechanics at you all at once. Okay, I knew that was range coming in first. I don't know why I, like, hesitated and clicked Spray Mage right there. Hogob. I forgot the death charge, so we don't have spec for wave 3. Okay, melee punish. This should put us right in the shield phase. That is a mage orb. You know, today's session has already been a wild one. We somehow managed to die on wave 2. But generally speaking, we're doing pretty good, actually. Commented on your YouTube video, so I had to check out the stream. It was the White Knight comment. You know, honestly, I kind of have like a certain expectation when it comes to the YouTube comment section. But also, sometimes I do kind of get roped into it a bit too much. Like, but generally speaking, I try not to take them like too seriously because like it's the YouTube comment section. It is what it is. But I typically don't get a lot of YouTube comments in general, so I guess I'm still getting accustomed to that whenever it does happen. I think what it is like sometimes I just want to believe that it's just, you know, people like not understanding something. So like I give the benefit of the doubt, you know? And sometimes I give that benefit of the doubt and then their comments just become increasingly more out of pocket and I'm just like, you know what? Okay, this makes sense. There's not even like a conversation to be had. It is what it is. I guess in some people's minds, like either you're only allowed to post if you do something that like literally the 0.0001% of players can do, or you're not allowed to post anything at all. Like at the end of the day, whether you think like a wave 8 completion or wave 9 completion or whatever situation, like whether you think something's impressive or not, like that's not really the point. The fact of the matter is like it's like the majority of the player base Like, it's in the numbers. We can go check the board right now. Like, there are way more completions before, like, at 7 and before 7 than 8 and above, you know? So, like, naturally, the majority of the player base may be interested in something like an 8+. Also, like, also, all my video claims is I did a run with hard food. That's all I said. But there's like pros and cons to like a comment section like that. On one hand, it directly kind of helps my video out in like a twisted way. Like it's, but also like at a certain point, like we gotta draw a line. It's like, do we want like these incredibly? I mean, okay, no one in the comment section was like overwhelmingly like negative. Like they just weren't like in there like dropping like slurs or something. But noise and good PR. Yeah, it's just like there is like a certain like a line that's like kind of arbitrary where we have to decide like, okay, do we want to deal with these at all, or is it just kind of like a maybe just delete the comment and move on type thing. And like, don't get me wrong, like I'm not actively trying to make like an echo chamber where like you can only comment positive things, otherwise I delete it. But like, I'll take constructive criticism, you know, like. But like, YouTube is so funny because there's nothing forcing someone to like click on my video. It's not like I threw the video onto your computer monitor or your mobile screen. You willingly click this video, and if even in the first 2 seconds you decide you don't like this video, then you can just click off, you know, like. Oh, I'm about to tank damage. Wait, it's on a boulder. I might have just unintentionally. Okay, I just unintentionally did that like boulder rock skip thing. I am gonna have to tank this one though. I'll say this much though, I did not expect to get all those comments because I quite literally like did that run yesterday, that wave 12 run yesterday, and I was like, oh, you know what, this is pretty neat because like I geared up not really with the intention of going that far. Like usually I just do like anywhere between 8 and 10. And then I'm kind of out of supplies at that point. But I was like, hey, I made it to 12. That's like a personal like achievement with this setup. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna post it. And continued on with my day, went to bed, and the first thing I see when I wake up, I'm just like, wow, there's a lot of comments on this video. Wait, I'm trolling? Who? Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This might be a wave 8 and claim angle here. The audacity to simply upload a video. You're right, what was I thinking? Uh-oh, I got stuck on the rock. I wonder if, so what happened right there? I wonder if there's any way of addressing that, or if it's just what it is and I have to learn to deal with it. But what happened right there is that based on where you put the rock, when the rock spawns, it can cancel your pathing. I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but I like right there, I definitely clicked to move, but it canceled because like the rock that spawned got in the way of my pathing. Oh my god, 3,000 splinters? $3,000 don't mind if I do. Dude, that's the most splinters I've ever seen in one run. That is crazy. But yeah, what was that? A wave 8, right? Yeah, that was a wave 8. That's more of my average run with this current setup right now. Ironically, yesterday I also tried to do like a deeper delve run. So I packed my inventory with brews and restores, and I dropped my melee switches. But then, but then I didn't make it very far. I was like, this is almost harder because like my melee punish does like no damage. Nulling movement has been an issue in other places too. Interesting. I haven't really noticed it at any other place than this. But I guess it's because I mean for one thing I've been here for 2 weeks straight. And but also like every it feels like everything is just so important here when you're at like 8 wave 8 and beyond. Which is also why with the recent increase in the in like players and like the servers maybe lagging a little bit more, it's like ever so slightly frustrating sometimes because it's like, okay, was that a skill issue? Did I mistime that? Or was that the server? Because content in this game is becoming increasingly more difficult to where, you know, like you get really punished by just missing something. Not prominently, but Nex and Fasani's Nightmare come to mind. Oh man, I haven't been to Nex in ages. And even Fasani's, I only kind of like touched on it when they made the change. But I haven't really done like a real grind there in a while. Which I need to do. I only have one Inquisitor's piece. I'd very much like the full set. Sat there on the iron now as well after GM RuneScape, Mainscape doesn't do it for you. Well, now to get GM on the iron, right? The goalposts always just move. I forgot the death charge, classic. Surely before more next, so we can do 15 KC entry fees. Oh yeah, that's so nice. You don't have to KC as much before you even get to do the boss. Should be able to finish this, but always play the mechanic. I just took some silly damage there. Honestly, I was so zoomed out there, I couldn't even see that that was like a dangerous stop. Oh, that's another melee. Moon's Apparel Quest is not gonna be it. Can't even kill Blue Moon. Blue Moon? Usually it's the blood one that gives people issues. But I guess you might not have like a good crush weapon. Depends what your options are right now, I suppose. Oh, true. You know what? I've never done training over there before. I haven't really like leveled up an account combat wise at anything beyond like Nightmare Zone and the crabs. But now there's the moons area, there's more recently the gemstone crab. The amount of content they've put out in this game over the last, I don't know, pretty much the start of Varlamore. And like maybe arguably even a little bit before that. It's actually crazy. Oh, oh my god! I'm actually surprised I didn't get hit there. But like wave 5 is pretty slow. Okay, I don't need to overcomplicate things here. Just it feels so weird to click on. Oh well, I was gonna say it feels so weird to click on those acetals while not being poisoned because the orb is now cleaning it, but I overstepped there and got poisoned anyways. Not sure why I decided to hit that there. We'll finish it off with this ranger. I completely wasted that shark. You know, I'm glad they fixed the nulled projectiles relatively quickly. Because even though technically that was a bug that could only work in your favor, because like sometimes the orbs just won't do damage to you. It really threw me off because when it nulled, it didn't have any sound effects, and I actually rely on the sound effects here pretty heavily. It was really off-putting yesterday. But a classic, right? Like they do an update to fix some stuff, only to break more things. Okay, mistakes were made. I really thought one of those rocks in that clump next to me would have been alive. Yeah, you're just like, wait, this isn't right, and then boom, you're dead. Also, the first time seeing that giant larva, so goofy. Aha, wave 7 will not catch me out this time. I think I was just talking about this before you tuned in, but wave 7, I think catches me out more than wave 8. And it's because I'm just kind of like chilling my way through the first 6 waves. The projectiles are very slow, you have like ample time to react. And then it's a significant step up once you get to 7. Like all of a sudden those projectiles just fly at you. Yeah, like if I don't make a mental note to myself that I've made it to wave 7, I'm almost guaranteed to just get slapped. That was unfortunate. Also, I'm pretty sure pre-update I would have died right there because I was so slow on that. Okay. Think big. Okay, that was pretty good. Tomb looter. Oh, there goes the thick boy. Alright, if we get a very clean wave 9 here, I'm going to be tempted to do a 10. Okay, that's not very ideal. I just got rid of a whole lot of rocks. This is fine though, actually. Okay, I really have to run though. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I didn't make it. It is what it is. Alright, I'm gonna combo eat here because I'm a little scared. Yeah, we'll just take the wave 9. Look at this, you really want T-bow on the iron? I mean, it makes sense. And I'm so glad the T-bow here is good. Let me tell you, man, this T-bow was hard earned on this iron. And honestly, I got it in like such a like twisted fashion. The twisted bow was the first item, first mega rare, I should say, that I like really set out on going for. And I did like about 400 regular chambers, like mostly solo. Like the vast majority of my chambers KC is solo, like easily over 90% of the KC solo. So I did about like 400 regulars, and it took me 1104 CMs, again, vastly solo, just for the sake of like how many points I was earning, like 60k on average. Yeah, it took me that long, like 400 regulars and 1100 solo CMs to get my T-bow. And I say it was in a twisted fashion because at one point, I'd say around like maybe like 800 CMs or so, I burned out on doing chambers, and I was like, you know what? It's time to do TOA. I did what's my TOA KC? I haven't done too many TOA KC after the fact. 545 experts. I'd say I probably got my shadow like in the maybe like mid to high 400s. So I got the shadow. And then I moved on to Tob and got a sight. So in a year plus long grind to get the twisted bow, I never ended up getting the twisted bow, but once I left chambers, I got the shadow and sight. And I'm like, you know what? Time to go back to chambers. At least I get to enjoy using a sight and shadow on my grind to a twisted bow. And like not even 100 raids later, I get the twisted bow. So I like barely even got to like really use all my gear at chambers. Yeah, like spending over a year going for the twisted bow only to not get it, but then it all came full circle, I suppose, because I guess RNG is gonna RNG. Like, you know, I went from 0 mega rares to all 3 mega rares in like a relatively small time frame. Range first. I didn't look at the boulder. Oh, for sure. Like the twisted bow was Phoenix pet 1.8 mil EXP. Sheesh. The clan is getting spooned today. Someone earlier got the Rocky pet at like 110k thieving EXP. I mean, at that point, the twisted bow was the last item, the last clog besides capes and the pet. So when I got the clog, it was one of two things, right? Like I got like a random purple with a pet, or it was the twisted bow. But yeah, honestly, the T-bow was probably like the goal I set out to achieve when I first made an Iron Man. Because before Iron Man, I was I was doing chambers. Like I had a lot of fun doing chambers, and I was like, you know what'd be cool if I just like earned everything at chambers on an Iron Man. And drop rates are so crazy, man. It's like after all of that, I think I was quote unquote only like 2.5 times dry on the T-bow, maybe. But just due to the nature of it being a mega rare and how long it takes to even be on rate for such a thing. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, luckily I anglered there. I was T-bowing on the shield face. I'm gonna let that one through. It's fine. It's fine. The run has been saved because I anglered right there. But what wave are we on? 4. Can we get like a melee punish finish so that I can get some free heals, please? That would be great. There's a chance that might happen here, actually. I could like maybe intentionally... Oh, never mind. I just smacked it. Crazy. Chambers is crazy compared to TOA. It really is. I think the shadow for me was my 25th TOA purple. And if I'm not mistaken, it's a 1 in 24, or at least it was. I know they changed the drop rates, or like they changed some stuff at TOA relatively recently. I think I got it as my 25th purple there, and like that grind took nowhere near as long as the Chambers grind. Like probably like maybe like a quarter of the time even. Honestly, happy it's more common. Yeah, Chambers rates are definitely crazy, especially with like the bloated purple table, if you can call it that. There's like 12 purples or something. Baby doo-doo though, I'll tune again later, man. Good luck. Hey, appreciate it. Sounds good. Hopefully I can at least clear this run because we almost died on wave 4. Sort our inventory out. Oh, nice and early in the day, and the clan has already got 2 pet drops, bro. Is that a sign of things to come? Oh. Bad camera angle. Didn't realize that rock got destroyed in front of me. Note to self, next wave, wave 7. Okay, I don't know why it did that as if it was wave 8. I'm just cooked, bro. I even said right before the start of the wave, like, note to self, wave 7. And then I played that as if it was wave 8. I was expecting a second set of projectiles there. Oh my god, I misclicked the overhead. Okay, we're gonna have to lock in for this wave 8 clear. This run was an absolute mess. I got baited by that clan broadcast. I thought someone got something. I mean, someone did get something. They got beekeeper boots. Things are not looking great right now. Click the grub. How do I manage to misclick on a giant grub? That is impressive right there. How do I manage to do that? Okay. Claim the loot. Thank you very much. We survived. What plugin is causing the NPCs to hover yellow when you hover over them with the mouse? I believe that is NPC, or is it better NPC highlight? No, it's, I forgot what it's called. Is it better NPC highlight? A few people have asked me this question, but I'd like... Oh, it's interact highlight. I believe it's interact highlight. It is indeed interact highlight, yep. Okay. Just gotta reply to this YouTube comment real quick. Okay. Oh, you got a clear. Actually, I don't know if that's 1 KC, but that might be 1 KC. Oh, it is 1 KC on that guy. He might have a few clears on his main or something. But nevertheless, he's on the board. Dude, it's going to be so easy now. I swear, with this boss, Delve 8, you get one clear, and it's like a breakthrough. What's our total delve count right now? We have surpassed 4,000. We're at 4,011. Where is my commenter? So I'm just trying to copy the link to my guide real quick into you know, me streaming and then also trying to like make videos and stuff at the same time really gives me like perspective as to like why like those like big content creators like they need a whole ass team to do things because like not only are they just constantly live when like new stuff comes out, but like there's actually so much to this. I mean, I'm just doing this for fun right now, but you know, like even then, like it's like okay, we got to do this real quick, we got to do that. But yeah, now that we know the drop rates, total delves 4,011. I think assuming you do a delve 1 through 8 consistently, which for the most part we have been, the bulk of our deep delves is 1 through 8. More recently in the last maybe like half week to a week, we've been doing deeper than 8. But for the most part, the bulk of our KC is 1 through 8. You should expect to drop 1 every 50. Now, I was under the assumption that the pet is on the same drop table as the items, but because of the nature of how we have 4 pets, but evidently that's not the case. The pet is on another table, but it just so happens that all the items actually have a very similar drop rate, which is why we've ended up with 2 boots, 2 cloths, and or not. I wish I had cloth. We ended up with 2 boots and 2 eyes, and no cloth. Because quite simply, for example, when it becomes wave 4, where you can get all 3 items. In fact, I'm just gonna pull up the wiki real quick. If we look at the drop table on wave 4, for wave 4 specifically, you have an equal chance at pulling the cloth, the eye, and the Avernic Treads at 1 in 1,350. Now, the only reason you have a slightly better chance at getting the cloth is because you already started rolling for the cloth on wave 2 and 3. But it's kind of ridiculous because on wave 2, the chance of pulling the cloth is only 1 in 2,500. And on wave 3, it's 1 in 2,000. So it helps your chances ever so slightly, but at the end of the day, it's not that big of a difference. Because when you make it to wave 8, all 3 items are a 1 in 630 chance on those waves specifically. But the cumulative drop rates, the cloth is 1 in 140, the eye is 1 in 148, and the Avernic treads are 1 in 160. And that's like really not that big of a difference. What the? That's the third pet in the clan in probably like less than 2 hours. That is crazy. What is going on? Alright guys, bear with me. I just gotta make a thumbnail for this video. Of all things. One moment. All right, all right. So I had to AFK a little bit there. Also, now I'm just straight up being gaslighted in the YouTube comment section. Like people are claiming things that I said in the video which I didn't even say, which is crazy. Like that's absolutely crazy. Like I had to watch back my own video and I'm like, yeah, I quite literally never said that. Like so now you're just gaslighting. Except you can't even actually gaslight because it's in video form. So we can actually watch back the video together and listen to what I said. Also, it's crazy how much stock people are taking into what I might be saying in the middle of a mocha run. Like I'm quite literally just yapping. Like you'd think I'm putting that much thought into what I'm saying while actively trying to do the boss. That is crazy work. Okay, I have a 10 billion things open in my thing. Is Scythe better than Chally? You know what? I'm not too sure. I am not too sure. I don't have an answer for that, unfortunately. Okay, let's continue. Basically, in my video, I said that, you know what? Like, it was the topic about pets, because I was like, I wonder if Jagex knew that the player base could farm 6 plus with some consistency and just allowed for the pet to be this rare or like this common, or if they like miscalculated that and underestimated the player base ability, right? In fact, Peppy, I think like I said this during. In fact, I think like I said that because it was a conversation with you, like talking about the pet. Maybe I might be misremembering, but like that's the only reason I talk about it during the video in the middle of my run. And like key thing here is I said the pet 6 plus. Now there's a huge difference between farming 6-7 and getting 1-8 and then claiming and leaving versus farming 8 plus. At no point did I say, hey bro, 8 plus is so easy to farm, it's so accessible to everybody, you know? Never said that. Yet here is a guy trying to like he's being like all argumentative, but at the same time he's like trying to like actually prove what he's saying. And I'm just like, when I read that comment, I'm just like, did I say that? Like, did I really say that? Because if I did, fair play, I suppose, right? But I'm like, I'm pretty sure I never said that. And can confirm, did not say it. It's like, now you're just making stuff up, bro. Like, you said Scythe is better than Chally in your video, so. You know what? Maybe this is why Bodhi purposely like just says like the most random things. This is why Bodhi does that. Because he knows he's gonna trigger people no matter what he says. So he'll purposely say something that is like very blatantly bait, and people will take the bait anyways. The difference is though, for me, I'm not saying anything with the intention of baiting people. Like there is no bait, yet people are like evidently just making shit up. Like, it's crazy. I even told this guy, I'm like, okay, you were being kind of reasonable at first, but now now you're just like, bro, what? Oh man. Appreciate the engagement boost on the video, I guess. All right. So in the time I spent a little AFK there, I also managed to push out a video. Can't wait to get more people upset on a new video. Also, there was a really low effort rage bait comment in the replies to that I'm not even gonna really talk about. But all I'm saying is I'm just dude, at least put more effort into the rage bait, bro. Try harder. I might as well also just start posting on Reddit because I'd get the same energy from Reddit. Oh! Classic inverse flick. Made a Reddit post today that told leprechauns and basically all NPCs to move a little. Basically got shadow banned. I'm very tempted to say this is a RuneScape specific thing, but I know better. Truthfully, this is just an online internet thing, bro. To talk about this in a more generalized sense, bro, the internet used to be, I don't know, maybe I'm just I guess the word's naive, but I swear the internet used to be in a sweet spot where it was genuinely nice because you could find you could get information just like that, and you can connect with people across the world, right? If you moved away from your friends and family, you can add them on Facebook, MySpace, whatever, right? Back then, right? But now it's just Now it's just like who can say like the stupidest thing online and who can come up with like fake information the best. Like now instead of going online and being able to actually like find information and learn stuff, the first thing you have to figure out now is this even real? Like that's the first question you have to ask yourself now when you go online. Is this even real? Bro, and the AI stuff only makes it even worse, bro. Like I think like when you look up like movies and stuff now, it literally recommends you like fake AI generated trailers. I think I just tanked that last hit. The internet is just chalked now, man. Oh, that's... Oh, get out the way! That was weird positioning right there. A bunch of clumped rocks. Not the best situation here going into wave 8. Like, we might be able to eke out like a wave 9, perhaps, with the setup. Or an inventory, I mean. Oh my god. Why does Mocha have to be so thick? like, how did I get hit there, man, you know? It's so unfortunate. Okay, I'm not really sure if I'm going to be safe here. It certainly doesn't look like. Okay. All right. I'm genuinely surprised I didn't take damage there. So surprised that I ended up eating a prayer attack there. All right. Forget the 9. It's going to be a miracle if we get a clear here. New goal. Clear wave 8. Oh, ZCB misses. That's unfortunate. Please. Okay, dude. Well, I'm so glad my max gear helped me flick those 2 sets of double boulders there, guys. Without the T-bow, I would have never been able to flick those boulders. Alright, okay. I almost shift click there and that would have instantly sent me to wave 9, but I'm not prepared for that. Claim and leave, thank you very much. Alright, let's rack up some Delve KC, I suppose. It's also coming up on around lunchtime though. You know what? Yesterday I had some Chipotle and I bought an extra one just so I could have it for lunch today. Yeah, Chipotle is so good, man. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Chipotle. Oh my god, wave 1 feels so weird. I feel like I'm at a different boss on wave 1. Bless me with the holy water. Yes! Oh my god, worked out perfectly. Dude, I essentially just did wave 2 for free, 0 cost. In classic fashion, didn't depth charge. That was weird. I felt like my bow was being 5 tick there, my scorching bow, that is. But it's just my mind playing tricks on me. I'm losing it. We've been at Mocha for too long. Losing my marbles. Okay, if anybody is curious, I quite literally just put out a video, and I did, like, we recorded this like 2 hours ago, maybe an hour ago. I was doing my best to yap my way through a mocha run, a 1 through 8 run, where I was doing my best to like explain like my thought process on like what I was doing. Admittedly, it was a quick and dirty, like, you know, one take type thing, so hopefully it turned out pretty well. It's still happening. The melee punish just disappeared. I'm sad. But yeah, that video might be a good supplement to the guide video. Gonna use Void again, but every time I hit a 0, I take a shot. Bro! Oh my god. Dude, we need to boot up some Mocha events, bro. I was thinking of doing like a clan event where like, I don't know, like, to keep it simple, the most basic thing we could do is X amount of delves in an hour, like whoever can complete the most delves in an hour. And it's specifically total delves, not deep delves, which I think would, like, one, make it more open to like who could participate, and two, like, if someone really wanted to, maybe they could like strategize like how deep they want to run a delve, right? So that was like one idea I had, and that's it. That's what it is in its basic form. But then I was like, you could even expand on this and make this a bigger event, and like have categories, like who can do a delve clear in the cheapest gear possible, or have like a category where everybody has to use the same gear, and then race and stuff. Like, there are like opportunities to do like interesting things here at this boss, I think. Just like stuff for fun. Or like another idea is like who can get the deepest delve PB under this window of time. So like, it doesn't matter if your PB is 16 and mine's 12. Like, it's within this window of time, can you get like the deepest delve you can go? I switched prayers too early. I think I just tanked that range hit. Blowpipe only kill. How good or bad is the blowpipe here? I don't even know. Like, I know people use the spec, but like, as a main weapon? Is that like really bad? It's pretty bad. Oh my god, look at that sweet, sweet 57 max hit with the Scorching Bow, Amethyst Arrows. Thanks to my Vermic Treads Max, by the way. Just thought you guys would like to know that. A Vernic Treads max. Okay, I think the boss is far enough away to where these rocks won't even get destroyed. Oh my god, I just realized something. Completely unrelated to this run or what we're talking about right now. But I 100% need to get this, like, this one YouTube short up. I don't know if you were here, Peppy, but earlier I died on a wave 9. And when I came out, there was a dude in a full clown outfit. Just chill. Just chilling. I'm like, huh? There was a what? A clown. There was a clown, bro. IRL, bro. No, dude, bro. If there was a clown IRL, bro, that would be. I think I might be dead. Bro, remember that era where there were like people dressing up in clown outfits in the middle of the night, bro? What was that about? Seriously, like, what was that about, bro? That was creepy. Recession indicator. Seeing random people dressed in clown outfits is a sign of things to come. Sign of the times. No. Oh, wait, what the heck? I know generally how these rocks work and the slam, but every now and then I'm just like, how is that rock there? Or how is that rock not there? Nope, don't have my helmet on. You know what? We'll just let those go. It's fine. Why did I switch off the correct prayer there? Oh, I'm gonna get run over. No! A 40. Oh, and it's chalked. This is a claim angle after it was looking so good. And then everything went wrong. Did I tank a mage hit there? Why, yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, I almost feel like I gotta stop the Dell farming here and like make that clown short, bro. Okay, that wave 8 went from perfectly fine to everything went wrong, but we salvaged it. Oh my god, one waystone? No way. One waystone. I need to find that clown clip. Is this the one? Oh, it is. Hmm. Today Thursday? Today's Thursday, right? Today is indeed Thursday. Might be a questionable choice to put it in the middle like that. Don't mail it. Oh, wait, what? I'm gonna edit this short real quick. No. No. Just a clown right there. This is gonna be a good short. Oh, it's 9 health. There's like. Oh, it's 9 health. There's a clown. And you know what? His name was Prison Clown, too, bro. His name was Prison Clown. Bro. 9 health. There's like. Bro. Oh man, the resolution's all weird here. Bro. There's a dude. There's a dude out here in a clown outfit. There's a dude out here in a clown outfit. A clown outfit. Ain't no way. Why is there a guy out here? Dude, what? Ain't no. Ain't no way. Why is there a guy out here? Why is there a guy out here? Not fit. Why is there a guy out here? Dude, what? Alright, short has been made. Why is my screen flashing? Oh, my prayer. I'll just leave preserve on. Alright. Let's continue. Delve 8 Plus is basically 5 mil GP per run with each wave after 8, giving an average of 1 mil GP per wave. If you completed 2 Delve 13s per hour, you'd be making approximately 20 mil GP an hour if you actually got some drops. Big if. I think that if you can consistently farm... Well, actually, 20 mil is kind of absurd. Although, then again, I think there's like multiple methods where you can make like 15, 20 mil now. It depends how good the player base gets, right? Like, I mean, you know what? Honestly, though, there are a few people out there that I'm sure are already consistently doing like like a Del 15 per run. But when I say there are people, again, we have to factor in the majority of the player base. Like, you shouldn't nerf something just because 1 out of 10,000 people can make 20 mil GP an hour. Like, right now, I mean, this is constantly changing as the boss is in the game for longer and longer, and people get more and more practice on the boss. But I think at some point there will be people that, or when I say there will be people, the majority of the player base will be able to do a 1 through 8. Now, is it going to be like a one-time thing, or are they going to farm 1 through 8? I don't know. It's kind of tough to say, because if they're saying that farming delves is like corrupted gauntlet baseline difficulty, and then like deep delves are inferno level, I guess the question is, you gotta ask, is the average player now capable of doing the inferno? I swap raised early, classic. And I'm gonna lean to saying no, the average player cannot do the inferno. Actually, the Inferno is a really bad example, because I do think the average player can do the Inferno, but the average player won't do the Inferno. Like, there's a difference there. Or I'm overestimating the abilities of the average player. Full disclaimer, I am currently live yapping, saying stuff just to say stuff. In the event that this turns into a video, do not take everything word for word. It's kind of crazy, because now I'm like gaining the perspective of like all those content creators that like just get clipped out of context on like every little thing. Apparently wave 1 through 7 farming only is about 15 mil GP an hour. Yeah, no matter what, I'm still of the belief that the average player will be able to do 1 through 7 consistently. Like, even if that's not the case right now, that will be the average, I assume. You know what? You could even throw out 7 and just say 6. Because, yeah, at 7, the projectiles come at you at the speed of light, bro. But 6? Piece of cake. Why did I just try to range all the melee grubs there? What am I doing? I'm colorblind? From this point on, guys, my streams are just going to be silence, with the exception of game sounds. I'm not going to say a single thing. If in the event that I do open my mouth, it will be after I formulate a 10-page thesis on what I'm about to say. Just to cover all my bases. Get a lawyer, dude, just to get, honestly. I'm gonna have to consult a lawyer before I say anything. Ouch. Did I see a red projectile coming at me? Did I react to it? Absolutely not. Yes, I did see it. Did I react to it? Absolutely not. Just tanked it. Oops. Okay, it's a good thing I decided to skip that hit there, because if I went for the auto, probably would have tanked damage. Delve 17 and still going. He's crazy. Wave 7. Wave 7. Gotta flick these quick. Is the clown still outside? I'm not sure. I don't think I saw him last time. What if he's just like creepily watching, you know? I guess we'll find out after this. Panic. I couldn't move? I couldn't move. Well, time to find out if the clown is there. I couldn't move. I think the same thing happened again. Because of the rock spawning and canceling my move. The clown is not out here. The clown is not out here. That was unfortunate right there. Much love and respect, brother. Hey, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh, preserve. No, preserve is not on. Can you see the log? Yeah. Let me TP first. We are currently at 361 deep delves. And over 4,000 total delves. We got 4 pet rolls. And we're missing the cloth. The majority of my deep delves have been 1 through 8 and then resetting. Good luck, appreciate it. Yeah, at first, before the rates were released, I was really I was genuinely confused. I was like, how is this happening? How am I missing the cloth out of all things? And I'm rolling everything else so much more often. But now that we know the drop rates, it makes a lot more sense. I still am a little bit unlucky. Like, lucky but unlucky, you know? Like, I'm rolling the items that are worth more and are arguably better. Although we can say that all 3 items you get here are really good. But from the very beginning, we knew that you could get the cloth as early as wave 2. So naturally, I was thinking this surely has to be the most common item out of the 3 things. Which it technically is, but not by much. Like when you get to the deep runs, all 3 items are very close in drop rate. And the reason why we have 4 pets, well, evidently the pet is more common than the boots when you go 9+. How's it going? It's going pretty good today. Stream's been good. KCs have been mostly pretty good as well. It's been an interesting day though. Only got to delve 6. You know, that's a good point right there. And then 7 is definitely a step up. 7 still catches me off guard, even after doing this so many times now. That's nice that they are changing drop rates for pets. Well, I wouldn't speak too soon on that, right? Like, I don't know if this is just like an exception or what. Is there a big difference from 6 to 7? It works the same way. Like, everything you have to do is the same thing. Like, you gotta, the car phase, you gotta hide behind the rocks. But the thing is, the projectiles coming out of the boulder, like this, they come out a lot quicker. Like, it's for whatever reason, it is a huge difference. I personally speaking, anyways, like I find that it's a huge difference. So when those boulders come out, like you really have to prioritize like hitting your prayers. Yeah, we'll try to get there. We should, but occasionally we still die in the early waves to some silly things, but we'll try to get there and then we'll see. I believe wave 4 here is the first wave where now the projectiles come in 3s, right? Love seeing those fat EXP rates. Dude, speaking of which, I believe last night I checked, and I have gained 18 million range EXP since Mocha. It's absolutely crazy. Oh, Peppy made it to Delve 20. He's insane. Bodhi or Peppy, can't tell the difference. Okay, I kind of wasted a prayer dose there. Okay, so here we are on 5. This is the first car phase. There's actually a lot of poison on the ground right now because of our site. You see how on 5 here, I can still really take my time with the prayers. Like, I went in for the melee, and even when the boulder popped, I was like, yeah, whatever, you know, the projectiles are coming. I can quite literally wait and react to it until I see the projectiles. That's not going to be the case on 7. On 7, I'm going to actively look at the boulder and prepare for the prayer flicks. That's how I approach it anyways. So here we are on 6. ZCB misses, that's unfortunate. You know, on another note, seeing my clan saying, like, you know, like, one just made it to 20, now another saying they're consistently clearing 13. I wonder if I should bring out the bruise again and try to do deeper runs myself. And, like, maybe not overcomplicate things, like, maybe keep my 4-way side switch. I don't know. If I want to progress fast, then I just descend fast. Like, if I'm lucky, it'll say I got unique before you descend. I believe so, yes. I'm pretty sure I had a clanmate tell me this exact thing. Where, like, there'll be a message that pops up saying, like, are you sure? Or something. Yeah, right now for me, I have shift click set to descend, so I don't even check the loot. I just go next. If you didn't know, there's a, like, actual visual indicator now, too. The hole is gonna glow. And if we're lucky, well, I'll get to showcase that actually in the stream today. If we're lucky. So right here, it's just a pitch black hole. I can just shift click to descend. Alright, so we've made it to 7 now, so which is what we were talking about earlier. So here we go, right away, a boulder. See, that was much quicker than it was on 6. And the way I play it out is I even, like, just focus on the boulder before I even do anything else. Like, unfortunately, I let those grubs in right there. Perhaps I should have dealt with them sooner, but it is what it is. I think it will stop you, yes. A clanmate got a cloth recently, and they didn't know they got a cloth until they clicked on it. And this was before the update even. Honestly, the game will even warn you if you try to TP out with like loot unclaimed. Oh, I'm gonna tank this. Oh, this is so bad. I don't think the stomp can do a 50. It can do like 40s, I think, but I don't think it can do 50s. This might be an 8 and claim angle. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, this is probably an 8 and claim angle. Ow. We'll just play it completely safe here. Ouch. Alright, let's claim our loot. Alright. Last time I tried to actively do a deep delve run, I actually didn't get very far. I made it to a wave 11 with a ton of brews, but like, I don't know. Let's try to gear up for a deep delve, although honestly, I don't really know what to bring. Like, I still kind of want to bring my 4-way switch, but maybe I don't use the scythe. I don't know. Because last time I dropped the melee switches, and it actually, like, felt really bad. Okay, so this is my typical setup. I can replace all the prayers with restores, I suppose. Maybe bring out one divine. Bruise. Like, I don't, maybe like I don't try to switch things up too much and I just keep doing what I'm doing. So like, I don't know, like, is this weird? Like 6 restores? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Yeah, we'll just rock with this and see what happens. Yeah, we'll watch though. Once again, like we're actively trying to do a deep delve and we're not gonna make it very far. Every time I've made it to a 12, it was just like it was like, oh, I'm at 12. I don't think ZC being every wave is a good thing for deep delve runs, but like I said, I'm not gonna change too many things. I'm gonna like not to think about the fact that I'm trying to do a deep delve run right now. That makes sense. The only difference is instead of bringing hard food, I'm bringing brews, so that I do have the ability to heal more. We're gonna have to lock in though, like no silly damage. Wave 4. ZCB misses. Feels bad, man. Melee punish. Very nice. Got a bunch of range grubs. I just started standing behind the rocks even on wave 5, just purely out of habit. Was that a new PB? New PB on wave 5, 53 seconds, okay. Incredibly random. Aw, man. That sucks. Alright, here we are on wave 7. Good DPS. Never mind, hit a 1. Now we'll go ahead and brew here. We got ourselves a Giga Grub. Dude, where are the rocks? That is damage we do not want to be taking. Okay, are you serious? Oh, man. See what I mean? Like, when I actively go for a deep or a delve, like, I don't even get to my PB. I don't know. Like, I feel like the PB is just gonna come naturally. Alright, I just got a YouTube comment, classic. That is not what reactionary means. Let's find out when I use the word reactionary, and let's see. I'm actually curious about this one. It's like, what do you mean that's not what it means? When did I use the word reactionary? Reactionary, adjective. Relating to, marked by, or favoring reaction. Synonyms of reactionary. I didn't know reactionary means conservative? That's news to me, honestly. But relating to, marked by, or favoring a reaction, I feel like is how I typically use the word. Where in this video do I use the words reactionary? Yeah, like also like part of the reason why I don't bother with like a face cam or anything because like most that's also like part of the reason why I don't bother with person. Oh, it's probably this like, part. I'm not a very reactionary person. Eh. Honestly, I don't even know when I started using the word reactionary. I don't know, but why are people? It's like when someone makes one comment on a YouTube video, they just like everyone's just like, oh, that's the green light to just dogpile on stuff, whether it's true or not. Dude, what do you mean I have to sign into Oxford English Dictionary? I have to sign into a dictionary.com, bro? Well, English doesn't make sense, bro. Well, today I learned. Alrighty. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It might just be like a mental thing where I'm like actively trying to go for a deep delve and it just like never works out. Like I don't even come close. But every time I've gotten a new PB, it's just like it just comes natural. Like I'm not thinking about it. Skill issue, I guess. I don't know. Mental skill issue, I suppose. Let's do another one. I do have to figure out some lunch soon. I did say I got some Chipotle. Honestly, we might really just degen it up, grab my Chipotle, and continue doing runs while eating my Chipotle. We'll see. Man, I'm like, oh, turns out I've been misusing this word. And it's like, I always knew you were a radical. Actually, I'm safe. I'm safe. I said I'm not a radical. I'm not a reactionary person. Am I just tripping? Like, in my defense, so I guess let me full context this. I just got a YouTube comment telling me that I wasn't using, or the exact comment was, that's not what reactionary means. So I'm like, huh. You know what? Come to think of it, I don't even know when I started using that word. So, like, maybe I'm not using it correctly. So then I look up the definition of reactionary, and I'm using it like an adjective, right? So the first part of this description is of pertaining to, marked by, or favoring reaction. And, to me, this part of it makes sense. When I say I'm not a reactionary person, I don't really favor reactions, like, right? To me, that makes sense. But then it's followed by extreme conservatism or rightism in politics, opposing political or social change. That, dude, like, what? That doesn't make sense to me. But that's the definition of the word, bro. That just that definitely is like one of those things where, like, if English wasn't my first language, heck, English is practically my first language. It is my first language, and I'm still like, dude, this language makes no sense, bro. I mean, like, so am I using the word wrong? Well, at least when I misused the word, I just said I'm not. I said I'm not rather than I am. So. I really do wonder where I picked up that word though, because like, I feel like I've only been using it recently. You know what? It's fine. People make up words all the time to use, bro. I'm gonna glad. Does anyone know what the word reactionary means? It's online right now. There's a decent amount of people online. Political wise, it's like farther than right wing. What is typing mid? I'll type after this wave. Is there a non-political usage of the word? In chemistry, it's when it reacts easily or something. When someone waits for information, then does stuff based on it. See, that's more closely to how I was using it. Well, I guess I didn't know what it meant, but I definitely didn't know it was a political thing. Wave 6 complete. Kick. Oh my god. You know, I didn't think it was wave 8. Why did I not think it was wave 8? I think it's time to get some food, bro. Why did I not think it was wave 8? Unfortunate. All right. How many delves are we at now? 40, 55. Honestly, not as many delves as I would have liked because I don't know, we've just been like sidetracked on a lot of things today. Um like even when we were actively doing the boss, like that just a dude in a clown outfit with the name Killer Clown just shows up like just standing there. Like what? Today has been an odd day. Can't believe we have Robert Cortez 5361, with one YouTube subscriber and no videos, going into RuneScape videos to pull out the dictionary on people, man. That's my. Oh man. Ultimate Iron Man with the White Helm's symbol out of context says slavery was great, huh, guys? All right, I do feel like that is such a bad out of context. I do have to give the context. It was giving an example of what a reactionary was. Because I asked, I was like, does anybody know what reactionary means? Crazy work. All right. All right, what we're gonna do now is we are going to, well, I'm gonna grab my Chipotle because the last couple of runs have been pretty doomed, you might say. So I think I gotta fuel up here and then try to knock out, like, I don't know, like another 100, 200 delves. Hopefully. That's the plan anyways. Why is YouTube requesting access to my mic? Oh, I clicked the search with your voice button. Yeah, no thank you. I mean, not that YouTube already doesn't have access to my voice because I'm speaking on the platform. The platform. I suppose moving on to another topic. Supposedly, there's been a lot of World of Warcraft players coming over to play RuneScape, right? And like that's mostly because there's certain big WoW content creators that are now actively playing RuneScape. You're one of those. Interesting, I didn't know that. Now, I'm bringing this topic up because, like, yeah, there's probably a huge amount of players that are coming in over from WoW. But I think to an extent, now I say this because someone just said that, do you think the influx of WoW players is going to influence the way that, like, Jagex will do certain, like, bossing updates? Like, maybe, like, more group content. Because, like, to be fair, this game, like, interestingly, like, it's an MMO, but it does have a lot more solo content rather than group content. Yeah. I think, like, while there is, like, a significant influx of players that are specifically from WoW, I also think that the game has just gotten bigger in general, like, regardless of where these players are coming from. And I don't think, like, an influx of players, but, like, from a certain game is gonna impact, like, the way the game might be updated in the future. Oh my god. Panic. Woo. Oh, that could have been bad. If anything, like, even if that was the case, isn't there a reason why people are moving to this game away from another game? Like, why would you want to try and mimic the game that people are supposedly moving away from? Group content ain't a bad thing. Yeah, for sure. I'm also, like, I'm not disagreeing with that at all, in the fact that, like, the game needs more group content. And it honestly really does, especially considering that we call this an MMO, right? But whether they do that or not, I don't think is, like, a direct correlation to, oh yeah, you know, WoW players, you know, there's a lot of group content in that. Like, I just don't think it's correlated. Oh, don't get ran over. I got ran over. Oh, that was clutch right there. It's a good thing I ran there. Otherwise, it would have destroyed these rocks. This is probably another claim angle on wave 8. Actually, no. Not another, because the last one we made it to 9, didn't we? But we died. So, well, we'll claim this time. Give me the loot. I guess this is uncharted territory, though, because the game is actually at its, like, it recently broke peak concurrent players. So it very much is new territory. And so much so that they're having to add more servers, or, like, change free-to-play servers to, like, these members ones. In fact, they made a blog post today, actually, talking about servers and whatnot. They made 3 different blog posts today. It's like so much to read, bro. So much to read for a video game. They had the like the Varlamore, like Mocha, like combat tweaks and stuff. And then there's like a sailing blog or something. And then there's also like some talk about like servers and whatnot. People are leaving WoW because Blizzard keeps fucking up the game and are not giving what the players want. Yeah, I've Blizzard has like from like an outside perspective as someone that doesn't know anything about WoW and also just I don't really know what's going on, but yeah, a lot of people are like dunking on Blizzard specifically. Yeah, honestly, at least when it comes to OSRS, I don't know what it's like on RuneScape 3, but yeah, the mods are very much like the dev team and whatnot, they're very much in tune with the player base, I'd say. Also, I've played other MMOs before, some of which are very like pay to win type stuff. Like there's like a ton of microtransactions and whatnot. And also like even if it's not microtransaction heavy, like the nature of the game, like if you're not playing every day doing dailies or whatnot, like you fall behind in the game quite quickly. Whereas in RuneScape, like that's not a thing. And there's like no time gated things. Like yes, am I doing Mocha non-stop for the first 2 weeks since release? Yes. But does it actively hurt me if I didn't do this? No. Like, I could just as easily leave here, come back in 2 months, and get the items here. Yeah, exactly. I don't have to do that. So whether you're like someone that plays 16 hours a day or like 3 hours per week, like it truly doesn't matter. The doom shift. But yeah, it's very interesting because based on what I've seen, like throughout like all the years, is that you are either a World or Warcraft player or a RuneScape player, or like maybe some other MMO. Like Maple Story is another like decently big MMO that like growing up, um, when talking to like friends and whatnot, they would either be playing Maple Story or RuneScape or World of Warcraft. I'm sure like depending on like your group and whatnot, there might be like some other like fourth popular MMO or something. But then now it's like you hear like a whole lot of players from one of those big MMOs come over to the other one. It really is pretty interesting. I never tried World of Warcraft. I did end up downloading MapleStory one time, but like I had like really bad internet back then, and it took me like a whole day to download the game. But and then I finished the download only to play for like maybe like 5 minutes tops, and then I installed it because like I don't know what happened, but I very vaguely remember creating my account, starting up, and then like immediately dying to like pigs or something in Maple Story. And I'm just like, what do you mean I died 2 seconds into playing the game? And I think I just went back to RuneScape after that. We'll let it go. We're gonna end up taking more damage than we're trying to avoid. I think they fixed the nullified damage thing. Oh. 110k EXP for the mining pet. Or is that the mining pet? Rocky? No, that's not the mining pet. That's is that the mining pet? No. That's the raccoon, right? That's agility? Why am I not remembering right now? Spoon! That's actually crazy. Yeah, Rocky's thieving because it's the raccoon. Alright, once again, we'll let that go because I don't want to eat damage by misclicking 10,000 times. Mr. President, a 4th UIM has joined the clan. Yeah, there is a surprising amount of UIMs in the clan for like how small the UIM community is relative to the entire player base. So let's try and get it to the corner. There we go. Oh yeah, a UIM getting a pet is actually kind of problematic, huh? If they don't have like the POH store thing. That's funny. Oh, 37 construction? Okay, that's not that bad. That's not a problem you would like think about though, typically. Because who's getting a pet at 110k thieving XP? You know? Is it gonna destroy that? It did. Well, that's unfortunate. I should have just assumed that was gonna be the case and prepared to run to the other side, but mistakes were made. Oh my god, I forgot I was on wave 7. I forgot. I need a plugin that just like flashes wave 7. I think I might actually die on wave 7 more than 8. At least recently. Yeah, because like you're honestly the first 6 waves, it's like, oh yeah, we're chilling, you know. I'm just doing it, going through the motions. I'm reading I'm reading the clan chat. I'm reading the stream chat, and all of a sudden, bam, the projectiles come at a speed of light. Like even now that I'm aware that that's like a tendency I have, like it still catches me off guard. I'm going backwards here. First run of the day, wave 9. Yeah, I was like wave 9, wave 8, wave 7. I'm going backwards. Yeah, I think with this boss, no matter how much you do this, you're gonna get caught off guard at some point, and you're gonna die. Like, it's just one of those bosses. You wanna see the new feature where the whole sparkles? Oh yeah, apparently that's very consistent now, and it happens every time, as long as you get the melee punish. It's actually so good. It heals you up quite a bit, and it restores your prayer, which I didn't know. I thought it was a health-only thing. Um, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. we're, we're gonna pretend that one didn't happen. I don't even know what to say about that one. Was that wave 7 already? Yeah, but we got to wave 7 really quickly there. Yeah, that might have been like pacing for a new PB. Yeah, I'm not even mad about that one, like, cause that one's just like completely on me. honestly, if you came in here, wave 1, not having like first wave 1, dude, I remember I ran in here, I had no idea what was going on. Like, absolutely no idea. The only thing I figured out right away was was like the projectiles, right? Like red's melee, blue's magic, green is ranged. Like that was very intuitive. But when the bars started showing up, like the blue bar and the yellow bar, like I was just like, what is going on? And then like when this boulder got thrown in the air, I'm like, what? And like, you know, I got hit by the rock because I didn't know that was gonna happen. Hey, I think you could clear wave 1. It would be a very long wave 1 though, with those stats. Oh, we're gonna get it here. We're gonna get it here. Boom, look. Our health was overhealed already, but our prayer just went from 67 to 77. Free prayer. You would get the wave 2, get the cloth, and not be able to sell it. That's true. Wait, you really wouldn't, because you wouldn't have the crafting level either to make the, like, you could go buy the Tormented Bracelet or whatever, but you wouldn't be able to craft it. No money for the bracelet either. Yeah, it would be a very interesting problem to have. Oops. Oh, we're gonna get it again. Very nice. Free prayer. Top our health off at 99. So good. Poison's being spewed this way, so we'll make our way around to another side. Entering shield phase. I'm gonna hit this melee now because I don't want to deal with the melees with those poison tiles there. Don't have spec. Shield phase. Don't want to deal with that. Get out the way. That's not my T-bow. Let's move into the open space here. Oh my god, I was misclicking it so hard there. Unfortunate damage taken on wave 5. So, like, the way this boss is, honestly, half the reason why I misclick at this boss, aside from the clunky, like, hitbox initially, which I think they fixed, is that, like, sometimes, like, I'm, like, not prepared for something, and I just instinctively tense up for some reason, and then, like, clicking and moving my mouse just becomes so much harder. That's precisely what happened there. I was like, oh no. Tensed up, and then I couldn't flick to my proper overhead. Very nice. Clean wave 6. We are on wave 7. Just as a self-reminder, those projectiles come in at the speed of light. Oh, I didn't see that rock behind me. Oh, man. This is why camera angles matter. Two zeros. Classic. You know, for the next run, I'm gonna do my best to, like, maybe, like, just, like, completely, like, walk through my thought process on, like, doing the waves. I don't know. That could be, like, something interesting. Alright, wave 7 complete. We got the big grub. Very nice. Deep Delves 350. Oh, I feel like I'm lagging a little bit. There's definitely a tiny bit of lag there. Oh yeah, what is going on? I wonder if like a huge influx of people just logged onto this world or something. See, I just clicked to move there and my character didn't move. I had to double click that. Again. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm a little shocked I didn't take damage right there. Whole bunch of mage grubs. Followed by a whole bunch of melees. Should I go for the 10? Let's go for the 10. It definitely just started lagging in the middle of that wave though. Gonna look for some food. Sounds good. I think I'm gonna have to tank this one. Alright, right, that is a wave 10 completed. Very nice. Let's claim our loot. Get out of here. All right, we are back. Let me log into the game. Hey, my Chipotle feels good, man. Now, through the power of the Chipotle, we will now do a new PB run, perhaps. Let's just downgrade the 4-way switch to a 2-way switch. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, you know, I haven't really figured out, like, what's the best way about going about it. Because, like, it would feel dumb to end my stream and then, like, anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour later, I, like, boot up the stream again. But also not actively being live while live streaming. A little weird, but... but man's gotta eat, you know? Okay, how do we want to gear? Well, for one thing, I think I want the divine. Maybe an angler right there. I'm going to once again try to do a deep delve run. But for whatever reason, currently every time I'm like mentally I'm like, okay, deep delve time. I switch up my inventory and whatnot. I don't end up doing a very good run. Like my normal runs are better. Let's bring like 7 brews. Maybe like 6 restores. Let's move the extended anti-venom to the bottom here. Let's give ourselves another angler. And then maybe even another restore right there. Yeah, we'll do that. All right, and we're not going to use the pendant to teleport, even though that's quicker. We'll just save ourselves the inventory space there, and we'll bring out another restore. All right, let's see how this goes. And we'll go to the boss the good old-fashioned way. Let's see how we do. Right now, it's an interesting thing. My PB is 12, and I think I've hit wave 12 like 2 or 3 times. Twice in which I used only hard food. And then every time I switch my inventory, pack my inventory up with brews. I think the best I've made it is like 11. Despite having more food. Let's see how this goes. Couple of people standing out here. No clowns, though. Also got a cup of coffee with me. Death charge did not get us back to enough spec. That's okay. Melee punish. Well, that was a massive misclick. That's unfortunate. That's silly damage right there, you know? Silly damage. I think what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna brew. Since my divine ran out anyways. His hole is glowing, no context. Did he get it? Did he get the boots? Did he get the Avernic treads? He's milking it. Oh. It doesn't sound very good. It's a dupe of something. No broadcast, so it wasn't a pet at least. It's not his 5th pet roll. Unless he just hasn't taken it out yet. Oh no! It was a pet. That's his 5th pet. The wiki shows it not being on the same drop table, but like, what is that? That's so unfortunate. This boss is cursed. This boss is actually cursed. BPS is pretty garbage on this wave 5. Okay, we can once again just brew up. I'm trying to pick my spots to see like when I can brew up. Wave 7. Oh, big damage just got nulled there. That's unfortunate. Very nice. Heading into Delvate. Take a sip of my coffee. Almost messed up there. It's a pretty slow first 8 waves. Dang it. That was silly. Could be doing better. It was pretty good. Nice. Oh no, that was the wrong thing. Well, that sucks. I still got hit there. That's frustrating. Ooh, that was not great. A lot of bad clicks there. See, we're only on 11 right now. It's not like we haven't been here before. The poison tiles are kind of ridiculous right now, though. Alright, that's 12. Can I do some damage, please? No! Mistimed it. Well, that's not even a new PB. I mean, not on paper. But we didn't actually attempt a 13 before, so that's cool, I guess. Oh yeah, we had anglers right there. I guess we can try that again. What else did we have in here? Oh, the extended anti-venom, and then last slot is the cape. That could have been better. It was like really shaky on 11, but I feel like that was a rather unhumble 11 right there. I don't know if we just had like a lot of acid tiles, like melee punish because of the acid tiles, or maybe we just like had slow runs. Actually, that was a slow run. I noted that like it was like a 12:30 completion time for 1 through 8. So we were probably just doing a lot of small hits, meaning more hit splats, more poison. Delve count is now 4,067. We go again. A couple more reps of those, and it's probably not too bad. Slow wave 1 right there. Melee punch. Yes, some free prayer back. Thank you very much. That glitch is still there. Chibo's absolutely noodling. Complete the giant dwarf, no way. On to wave 5. Wow. ZCB misses. The damage there was a little unfortunate. Very nice. Let's just eat an angler here. Jeez, dude. That's not good, man. I'm somehow just doing worse when I'm trying to play more safe. Like, there's... Like, it just makes no sense. I regularly do, like, wave 8 to 10. Hard food only. But once I pack my inventory up with brews, I just mess up so often. What's going on, Hutch? How you doing? Back to regular schedule programming, I guess. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How are the runs today? All in all, pretty good. We've been doing a lot of clears. But nothing to show for it, really, unfortunately. We have tried our hand at intentionally, like, packing our inventory up with some brews and whatnot to try and do a deep run. But I don't know. I think it's like a mental thing. It seems like every time I do that, I don't do good. Or I don't do well, like I end up doing worse. Like in an inventory setup like this, I have done wave 10s pretty consistently. And my personal PB of completion is actually 12 with the setup. Now, just now I packed my inventory up with brews, and I made it to 13, but I died on 13. And then I followed that up by what you just saw. I just died on 8 right there. I mean, I'm not switching up the weapons or anything like that. It's just the food. Still after the cloth. Mage orb. Another 0. Yeah, that should do it. Yeah, that should do it. Wave 6. ZCB misses. Tragic. Oh, that was kind of stupid. I ran into the damage there. Alright, wave 7. Projectiles are going to be quicker. Well, this is silly. Nice. Wave 9. There's no way I got hit there. I feel like I got scammed on that one. Oh, there's 10. And there's 11. Man. Please hit big. Whew. Alright, we just once again got a wave 12 clear with hard food only. And our loot is meh. This is 100% a mental thing. Every time I gear up with brews, I do worse than this. I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, what if we meet ourselves in the middle here? Wait, how many prayer pots did we use on that run? We had a full prayer pot left. We had a full 4 dose left. Okay. Let's meet in the middle here. There. We'll bring 3 brews and a restore, but we'll also have a ton of hard food. Really don't understand it. Does Telegraph not stall you anymore? It hasn't for a while now, mate. Yeah, like that's probably been in the game for maybe a year at this point, honestly. Shows how much I use that spell. That's true, there's not many instances where you'd be telegrabbing. Very few instances. Classic ZCB misses on wave 1. We've also kept our 4-way melee switch. Ooh, the melee punish finish. We get some prayer back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to say we're due a drop soon. Surely. That's not my scorching bow. He's got the Eye of Ayak. I forgot the death charge. Take our time. Going pretty well so far. I feel like when it comes to shield phase, the grubs always spawn on the opposite side of where you're at. Could be wrong though, but it certainly feels that way. Oh, this is wave 5. Massive 1. Massive 0. Oh, that's not... Dude, come on. I was clearly directly east of it. I feel robbed on that one. We'll move around to a different side. Ah, yes, let me just misclick 10,000 times. How have I done, like, no damage to this boss? Hello, Elite Void, please? Oh my god, that is so annoying. Oh yes, heal me. Okay, I have to mute my... Oh! Ooh! It glows! I have to keep my mic muted for a bit there, because, like, there's a lot of background noise right now. In fact, you might be able to pick it up right now. But, Wave 9, I was just about to, like, unmute my mic and be like, wow, that was terrible. So many misclicks. Wait, I have to claim this before I die. Yes! Yes, we got the cloth! Claim! Give me that. Yes! We got a TP out because we're dying. No time to celebrate. We got a TP out. We're dying from poison. Let's go. We're done. We're green logged. We're done. 4,095 total delves. 374 deep delves. Oh, you know what? We got to run back there real quick. Look at the board. Oh my god, we're done. I screenshot this collection log. Oh my god. What a sequence of events right there. I'm like mid-run, like I'm like, oh man, you know, there's yeah, I think every time I speak, you guys can probably hear a lawnmower going in the background. Someone's mowing their lawn. Or I don't know, maybe the mic filter's doing its job, but Soul Flame Horn, oh my god. Wait, UIM, Soul Flame Horn? UIM Soul Flame Horn. Maybe not as good as, you know, maybe not as hype. Alright. Here is what the board looks like. Green logged. You know the first thing I notice here is 636 level 1s, but 629 level 2s. Man, almost 100 between level 7s and level 8s. Obviously, like, especially early on, we did claim pretty early on. Like, there was a few times before I could get a level 8, I completed level 7s and just claimed. And let's look at the general stats. 343 deaths. Ouch. Ouch. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess without wasting time, what do I do with the cloth? Do I just use it on a tormented bracelet or what's up? Cloth is an item dropped by the Doom of Mokha, used alongside 10,000 demon tears to upgrade the tormented bracelet into the confliction gauntlets. Well, let's hit the bank. Preserve is still on. You know, I did say we were due for a drop today, but finally we hit the right one. You know how people joke that, like, things are like 50-50, you either get it or you don't? Well, in the case of Mokha and the drops here, it's not 50-50, but it's 33%. It's a 1 out of 3. With the way the drops work here, it really is a 1 out of 3. Alright, Tormented Bracelet. Mokha Cloth. And where are our demon tears? We got 145k. And on top of that, we've been using the Eye of Ayak here, which now has 45,000 charges. So when I first pulled this Eye of Ayak, I had 100 charges in it. I put 100, and then I just let it charge throughout the fight. So we've done a lot of Mokha, safe to say. And on top of the fact that, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, starting yesterday, I started actually using the Eye of Ayak here. Okay, do we have to go to an anvil or anything like that? I'm gonna hop to 495. 495 is like my home world, pretty much. But with the increase in the player base, like recently, like sometimes this place gets pretty laggy. All right. Anyways, so I have not seen it for myself, but I've heard that the animation to make the confliction gauntlets is a pretty cool one. So time to check it out. Creating a pair of confliction gauntlets requires you to be in a bank. What? Okay, we'll just stand right here. Let's try this again. Do you wish to make a pair of confliction gauntlets from the Mokai cloth, the tormented bracelet, and 10,000 demon tears? This process is non-reversible and will consume the items used. Yes. Oh, here we go. Yo, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Let's slap on Max Mage real quick. These things look pretty cool. I like it. What about like in Virtus? And like maybe the Kodai and the Eladinus ward. Yeah, it just works with everything. Eye of Ayak. Sub 30 CM? Oh, relax. Well, actually, no, sub 30? Yeah, I could do a sub 30. I just need to actually know how to tightrope skip. Everything else I can definitely do. Like, because I can get like a 32 something just full prepping. And this was before the boots, before the confliction gauntlets, and all of that. Oh man, we're done. I can't believe it. You know, we've gotten a lot of mage upgrades. Well, not a lot, but we got two significant. Three, if you count the boots, I suppose. Three significant mage upgrades recently. We only just got the saturated heart, like, I don't know, a few weeks ago. Like a little bit just before the release of Mocha. And then now we have the confliction gauntlets, obviously, and the Avernic treads. Sheesh. Alright, well, man, what do we do now? What do we do now? Do we keep sending more Mocha? But the thing is, now if we get dupe cloth, wait, a dupe cloth is actually not bad, because if you guys didn't know, I play, obviously this is a group Iron Man and I play solo, but there are other accounts in the GIM group. These ones that also have the prestige star next to them, these were accounts made. These are my friends' accounts. Like, we all made accounts within the GIM right when the game mode released, but we never really set out on playing them. I did play this account for like the first month of release, then I stopped playing. And I had like goals to achieve on my main. Like, I needed to max my main, I needed to get an Infernal Cape, all of that back then. I achieved that. And then I was like, you know what? It's time to play Iron Man. And instead of making a fresh new Iron Man, I just decided to play on this account because it was already like 1,000 total with 99 fire making. So I hopped on here, and I mean, the rest is history. One caveat though is that there's this other account here. It's a clanmate that joined me, but by the time he joined me, I was already like 2,000 total. Maybe like 1,900 total, 2,000 total, somewhere around there. So we were never really like at the same account progression. Let's look up that account actually. Yeah, it got up to like 1,500 total, but we like never really interacted. I think he gave me like a death talisman so that I didn't have so that I could do Monkey Madness or not Monkey Madness, Morning's End Part 2. But other than that, like I've definitely just achieved everything on this account myself. And then finally, I guess it's been about 6 months now. I have this account 416 Hero. This is the account I dolo on, and it's a 50 defense account. But long story short, I've been doing a lot on that account, and if I do end up pulling a dupe cloth, that cloth can be used to make confliction gauntlets for that account as well. I got Zenite jewelry on that account as well. Well, I really didn't think I'd get this far, so I really don't know. Well, I did think I was gonna get them eventually, but I didn't have a plan worked up to see what I was gonna do now. Um, hmm. What should we do? Oh, you know what? There is one thing we gotta do. We've made the confliction gauntlets now. Where's the pet? What if I just start standing outside the Mocha entrance? Like this. What if I just AFK there like this? A little while later, but you know I had to pull this image out. We got the pet, we got Dom out, we got our Max Mage out with the Eye of Ix. I mean, the Eye of Ix, not Max Mage. The Tumikin's Shadow is still the Mage Mega Rare. But this is what I pulled from Mocha. And we're done. Let's take a look at the log one more time. Green logged 6 out of 6, 374 deep delves, and 4,095 total delves, which is actually almost fitting because World 495 is usually the world we're on. So a little coincidence in the numbers. Damn, he dropped the horn already? Oh yeah. He pulled a Dins at one point during Cox and he dropped it, right? Because like he was like, oh yeah, there's no use for it. But then we started doing hard mode Toms. And as a UIM, I think it was just best fit for him to do like the melee DPS role. And having a Dins would have been good for that, for the maiden skip, the stacking and skipping. Oh my god, I can't believe we're done. Oh man. Now the confliction gauntlets are tradable, right? Yeah. It's the cloth that's not tradable, which is an interesting choice. You know, going back to the previous big update with Yama, it's like the what was that thing? Yama? No, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, Yama. The surge potions. Apparently, the surge pots themselves are untradeable, so that's interesting. Bro, what do I do now? What do I do? Yeah, the amount of UIMs in here, and then on top of that, it's like 2 maxed UIMs, 2 of which have Inferno Capes. Actually, all 3 have Inferno Capes. Like, it's not like we have like 1,000 total UIMs or like, you know. Casual, by the way. This clan is not casual. There's like GMs in here. There's like giga maxed accounts. Like, good luck with the grind today. Also, maybe it's casual and attitude, not status. You know, funny you say good luck with the grind today because technically the grind is over. That's why we're just standing here doing nothing at the moment. Technically, the grind is over. Like a little bit right before you hopped in, we pulled the cloth finally, and yeah, we made the confliction gauntlets. Yeah, it finally happened. And I mean here's the log. 374 deep delves. 4,095 total delves. So good. Yeah, I decided to just like kit up in all our mage gear plus the magic uh the mage staff, the boots, yeah, you know what? All 3 items here are mage related. I mean, the boots are like just overall best in slot boots, but both the gloves and the staff, like it's mage related. Does this mean they're gonna do like more range stuff soon? Well, soon as in like next, because Yama was like melee slash specifically, and then this one was a lot of mage upgrades. Although the boots themselves are like really strong range upgrades, honestly. Hmm. Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do next now. I did say that I was gonna try and do like some PB like deep delve runs, but so far every time I've tried to do that, when I pack my inventory with brews, I end up doing worse than like a normal run. So oh no, and we've done so much mocha. We've done nothing but mocha in the last 2 weeks and a day, like since the release. I'm just a random hashtag. Hashtag tuned in. Um, Anybody have any suggestions what we should do right now? I think I'm trying to remember what I was doing before this update. And I think I was working on the Void Waker grind because I actually don't have a Void Waker. But man, we got to go back at the Wildy. Also, what I was also working on an imbued heart grind, but as you can see, or as I showed just now, we have the heart now too. You know, I think I had like a list of things that I wanted to work on somewhere. Yes, Venator Ring. We actually got that like last month during the clan bingo. So we're done with that. Corp shields. Man, do I really want to do corp right now? Oh, I wanted to do Fasani's obviously, but then I need to do easy clues and get the Void Waker. Um, we could just send a Chambers for fun or something. Probably die in it because I can't remember the last time I sent a Chambers. I guess I should change my title. At least the Twitch one. I don't know, like switching like YouTube titles and thumbnails, like it's a little weird. Okay, 2 Chambers, I suppose. Just got a new YouTube comment. Is this? And I think that's a clanmate that just commented on my YouTube video. Oh, you know what? We're just gonna put the pet back in the BOH real quick. All right, let's do some challenge mode. Chambers of Xerix. What's our Chambers log looking like? When was our last drop? I don't know, honestly. Typically, like I have a good idea, but it's been so long. Oh wait, it's come back to me. During the clan bingo last week, one of the tiles was 2 Chambers purples, and I back-to-backed purples on KC 1207 and 1208. I think it was like an arcane prayer scroll and the dragon hunter crossbow. I don't remember in what order, but they were back to back. Okay, my CM inventory is probably outdated. Like, why do I have an Altor and a Bellator in here? What's going on with this? I'm I'm confused. Oh, wait. I think like on paper, Oathplate, full Oathplate is better with Bellator, but like I saw that speedrunners use Torba Helm and Altor Ring for some reason. And it's probably because of the max hits. That's why I have both there. Oh, right. We gotta move the confliction gauntlets into the new slot. I guess we'll chuck the tormented bracelet into here. Like this tab is just like a bunch of dupes and like notable uniques, I suppose. Like we got our extra hard mode top kits in here. We got the dust. We got we got 6 metamorphic dust. Yep. Oh look, the old Cerberus boots are still in here. All right. Avernic treads. Confliction gauntlets. Oh, right. We don't even need to bring 2 boots anymore. Dude, this setup's gonna look so different. You know what? I mean, this gives me something to do at least. I gotta figure out like the CM inventory now. This is gonna throw me for a loop. Like, I had everything set up specifically. Like, what do I put in that slot now? Oh, also, apparently Lightbearer isn't meta. Like, it used to be like Bellator or Altor and then a Lightbearer switch, but apparently you just rock both rings now, the Magus and the Altor. Okay, so we'll put that ring there. Does this mean I can bring a... Does this mean I can bring a helmet switch now? Like a Missouri mask? Dude, we got that cloth on a wave 9 too. Feels good, man. Okay, we're gonna want the scythe. Yep. Okay, so if we just gear up exactly the rest of the inventory exactly how we've had it set up. Oh, wait, we want the Ember Light now too. You know what? We could probably afford bringing the salve too, honestly. I think we're good to go. All right, well, yeah, let's just see what happens, right? You know. Oh, I need to add the tuna and the anglerfish pre-pot. I don't know if the saturated, you know what, the saturated heart might help because I do full prep and I'll scav, so might as well add that. Alrighty. Configure, we want this one. Fresh off of green logging the Doom of Mocha, we didn't really know what to do, so our default is just to do more solo CMs, as we've done this well over 8,000 times. This time, though, we have a bunch of shiny new toys, including the Avernic Treads, the Confliction Gauntlets, and what's the third thing? Well, I guess the Eye of Ayak is irrelevant here with having a shadow. Our scythe should not have been on Crush, as we're not wearing Inquisitors or anything like that. And I also entirely messed up that sequence as I was trying to think of what I was saying. So not the cleanest right there, but actually we still ended up doing a lot of damage. We indeed were smacking the hell out of him. Okay, I scuffed it. It's okay, though. This is our first CM in a long while, so... Oh, hitting a bunch of zeros now, unfortunately. Oh, big hit right there. Dude, more zeros. You know what? If we had the Bellator ring there instead of the Ultor, we would have finished it. Now, I could be mistaken, but I do believe the Bellator in full oath plate is better on paper. Full oath plate being wearing the oath plate helmet over the Torva helm. However, I see a lot of speedrunners with this setup. And I mean, there's got to be a solid reason for that, right? Perhaps just max hits. Okay, I don't know why I did. Oh, that's not. It appears I forgot how to do this raid. I have forgotten how to do this raid. Those Confliction Gauntlets look really good. They look good in the inventory as well as actually on the character. I like it. Yeah, this is the most janky solo CM we're running right now, but we're not exactly in a hurry. So it's all good. And these days, beating the time is not even something you have to think about. Nor has it ever, honestly. Like, I don't think there was ever a point in time where you were actually concerned about not beating the challenge mode times. I don't even quite remember what the solo challenge mode time is. It's like an hour and 10 minutes. That might sound right. With that time, we could do one, take a nap, and then do the second one, and do it in under that time. Let's get a second full inventory of kindling here. I don't necessarily mind that this run has already been incredibly scuffed, but I would like to do a clean one. But that's just going to take a bit more reps and getting reaccustomed to the raid, and actually a new inventory setup for us as well. What I've learned is that even the smallest detail change in my inventory can really jank up a lot of things. Man, I'm just so surprised I have this much room in my inventory right now. Oh, you know what? Something we did not make was Aether Runes, so that we could bring Death Charge as well. Now, this has been a thing for a while now, I think since Yama even, but Ice Demon is now weak to Demon Bane, and I'm still not even accustomed to Ember lighting Ice Demon right there. It's very strange. I bring a Missouri Helm now in, which I'm not even sure that's worth it. It's probably not. Let's see if we can safe spot this Shaman. I didn't bring my Overload or my Enhance out, which is just silly. Like I said, I forgot how to do this raid evidently. I suppose the goal right now is to just simply not die. Kind of debating whether or not I should backtrack for the Overload, but we'll be fine. 2 weeks at Doom, does that? Yeah, I don't think I know how to play this game outside of doing Doom in general. Yeah, let's shift the goalposts here and just try not to die on this run. That's the new goal now. I say as I eat a 35. You know, I would like to complain about my lack of damage, but I'm honestly doing a lack of damage for good reason. We're not overloaded. It is what it is. And yes, I do need the Seed Dibbler here because I have yet to do that portion of the Barbarian training. At least I don't think so. I don't think I have. What do you mean there's more content besides Doom of Mocha, huh? And even disregarding Mocha, before Mocha, we were playing on the other account, farming Tormented Demons and demonic gorillas like over and over again. Huh. This is so scuffed. This is so scuffed. If anybody is truly that curious, you could pull up like a recent video of me doing solo CMs. I do have some VODs. And then compare it to this, like it's like night and day. Like even my like prepping, it was like a lot more crisp, but like right now I'm just like, yeah, you know, we're moving along, you know. We're doing things. This is tech. We're gonna purposely proc redemption. Dude, I'm pressing death charge purely out of habit from doing so much Mocha. Holy. Do the treads change our max hits? I know it changes my range max hits, I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, that's a huge hit. We're smacking. Yeah, our hits are absolutely smacking right now. It's too bad that our time is really slow just off of, how do we describe it? Like, we're kind of like waffling, you know? Is that a word? Is that the word I'm looking for? We're lost in the sauce of the new gear right now. We'll put it like that. Maybe if we just pretend that everything we're fighting is Mocha, we'll figure it out. I wonder if my quick prayers are set up correctly. They are, never change them. Nice. I think Vespula's like the only place I actually use quick prayers at. Surely there's something worth more bringing than a Missouri mask in place of the boots now, right? Oh, you know what? The boots don't give any prayer. I wonder if that's going to be an issue. Sometimes my prayer is a little tight. when I bring 2 restores into Ulm. It should be fine though, I think. Should be fine. I would bring the Eye of Ayak in here for fun, but I am not smart enough to figure out how to do like a mage running thing with that. Ah, ZCB misses. Average. Oh, I brought my Ember Light out. Don't need that. Oops. Also, this is my first time in general bringing the Mage's Ring in over a Light Bear. I don't know if the lack of spec is going to cost me. Tebow, please. It hurts. See, this is exactly why the tech is to skip tightrope. Exhibit A. You know, once upon a time, a long, long time ago, learning the tightrope skip was arguably a needed skill in order to make the GM time. I could be BSing here, but I mean, I feel like it was at one point in time. Now? I don't know about that. You know, despite us, like, wasting a bunch of time, like, on the prep and our inventory management, the time is, like, okay right now. Like, it's respectable. It's not atrocious. We'll take it. Again, our priority right now is to simply not die. Also, the time is all relative. Like a speedrunner right now would be at home. I think they'd be on like phase 2 at home or something. I don't know what the world record solo CM time now is, but I'm pretty sure it was like in the low 24s or maybe high 23s even like a few months ago. And this was, I think, before Mocha. So I could only imagine with the release of Mocha, the times are even more insane. Right here, we're actually going to re-overload, just so the timing works out a little bit better. No, that's not my enhance. I meant to click the enhance. Guys, I need to get Radiant Nove plate. It would probably look sick with these boots. But it wasn't until very recently that I had more than one synapse. So that's my excuse. But now I have to farm the contracts and then get reaccustomed to Yama again. And then the contracts have like these crazy stipulations. Click the boss! Hmm. Apparently Zarite Vambraces aren't even worth the inventory slot in the speedrun inventory. I very loosely follow the solo CM like speedrunning tech, but I've never actually like even tried any of it myself. Oh, you know what? We could probably more freely bring a ZGS. But honestly, if you missed a ZGS at Mutta, it's so tragic. Again, for how scuffed this run is, I feel like I'm absolutely flying. Let's safe up here. You never know when Muttadao just decides to absolutely destroy you. Oh, very humble right now. I don't want to jinx it, but very humble. Chop the tree! Thank you. Clicks are bad. Dude, what is going on with my inventory? Did we fix it? I ain't risking it, I am brewing. Thank you very much. If anybody's just now tuning in, the reason why we're not at Mocha is because we quite literally just finished. We got ourselves the last item we needed, which was the cloth to make the, or to turn the Tormented Bracelet into the Confliction Gauntlets. Now we're kind of lost as to what we want to do, so I was just like, let's just send a solo CM. We haven't done this in a long time, and this is just something I'd like to do. And we kind of get to try out the treads and the Confliction Gauntlets, I guess. Not so much the staff, though. We're not going to try out the staff in here. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. But everything looks right to me. Oh, we get the good side. Do I remember how to do this? It's muscle memory at this point. It'll come back to me. Dude, hello? I have a Confliction Gauntlets and the Mage's Ring, by the way. Can I do some damage, please? Oh, wait, what's my... Dude, what's my max hit now? Oops. It used to be a 69. Nice, by the way. But it's probably not a 69 anymore. Also, I don't know how many people are on this world right now, but it's feeling pretty bad. Where's... Oh my god, classic portal in Narnia. Okay, I was definitely not supposed to do that. Oh, I brewed so late there. I brewed a full second after the 15 interval. I have not been in cycle on this side the entire time, by the way. not not one moment. Oh, that's not my side. Well, that's not good. Oh, didn't have the ferocious gloves on. What did I just click on? Oops. Dude, what are these baby hits right now? Hello? Oh my god. The confliction gauntlets and the treads are ass guys confirmed. I did have all my mage gear on, right? still hit a 0. That's unfortunate. This has got to be like dude. What are these hits? What are these hits? Oh, there we go. Dude, not even a back 3 back from back during the bingo? Oh boy, Lizardman Fangs and Coal. Very exciting. Does 500k worth of coal does, or 600k even? The prices go up on the coal or what? Well, we didn't die, so that's mission accomplished right there. We did not die. How slow was that ohm? Because that felt very slow. It felt like we weren't hitting. Oh, yeah. Every phase was over 2 minutes. Like over 2.5 even was probably the average. I don't know. I mean, it really felt like we weren't hitting. It's got to be unlucky. I'll have to see what other people are doing with the solo CM setups. Well, what should we do now? Any tobbers? Yeah, now that I'm green logged, I want to top. Some people did ask like the top, to be fair, throughout the 2 weeks, but then I don't know. At a certain point, I was just absolutely sucked into doing Doom of Mocha. Well, first things first, let's make sure we cleared everything out of the chest here. Yeah, we really have to kind of figure out what's next for us in terms of like a grind that we're logging into and know we're doing, instead of like logging in and then just kind of not really sure what to do. Like we're gonna have to figure out what we want to do. Man, we're gonna have to update a lot of things. Also, mildly annoying, but I have Trover Parchment, my Dazana's quiver. And so now it has the like little like parentheses I in it, right? Or whatever that is. Um and it doesn't work on a lot of my inventory setups. It doesn't work here at the solo like it just because it's a slightly different Dazana's cape, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, it doesn't seem like anybody's replying to the TOB question. I am genuinely at a loss as to what to do at the moment. In all honesty, like I knew I was getting another drop at Mocha today, but I was just like, yeah, you know, it's a 1 in 3. There's no guarantee that it's gonna be the cloth. Although I suppose I didn't spoon any of the items in the sense that all of the items, the 2 boots I pulled on wave I want to say wave 5s or 6. I don't quite remember. It was 5s or 6. The 2 eyes I pulled on wave 8s, and then the cloth I pulled on a wave 9. The pets, I think like to like varying delves. Like I think I did have like a wave 6 pull or 2. Um Definitely some wave 8s, and I think one of them was even a wave 11, I want to say. You know, we don't have very many bosses greenlogged, but the newest one, Mocha, we do. Yeah, come to think of it, like, we barely have any greenlocks. Like, even on stuff we have a lot of KC of. For example, we have, Bandos, General Grador. I mean, I suppose the pet, like, we didn't hit rate for the pet, but yeah. By the way, this 2199 number is the exact number it took me to get this Bandos hilt. So we went pretty dry on that. And then what's the other thing? Cerberus. I don't know what the pet rate is. Probably didn't hit it either. I think pets are usually like 1 in 3,000. Am I right in saying that? Can I look this up? Hell puppy. 1 in 3,000. Yep. Um yeah, I think most pets are 1 in 3,000. Where's the Grador again? Grador's 1 in 5,000? Dude, a God Wars pet is 1 in 5,000? That will take forever. Just because of the like the downtime. Like you can kill the boss in like 30 seconds. But then like what's the downtime in between? Like something crazy. Something crazy. Okay. Um do we just do another chambers run? Man, I don't know. No one said a thing about Tom, huh? Echo. Good morning, fellow cloth haver. I think he has like dupes or something. I think he has like 2 cloths and 2. It's either 2 eyes and a cloth or 2 cloths and a staff. I will say though, the Treads and Gauntlets did not have a great showing at home. Yeah, I was noodling so hard. Skill. Skill is noodling, but still not dying, despite the game putting odds against me. Doomin' and gloomin'. Jagex 100% like makes like certain like phrasings in this game, right? Like it's like, why is it a hole that you have to? Well, I suppose you wouldn't call it anything else because you do go deeper and deeper down the levels. But like, I don't know. I don't know. What's my Slayer task? Do I even have a Slayer task? I feel like I'm just absolutely scrambling. 16? 16 of what? Bears? Oh, that's what I was doing. RDO. And then I think I got the pet. And I TP'd out and I never finished the task. Hmm. What to do, what to do. We've been live for 8 hours as well. We kind of did pull that clock near, like, closer to the end than the start, and we've been live all day. I wonder if there's any location that we would be using the Eye of Ayak over the Shadow. Obviously Tob, because you don't want to bring a Shadow into Tob anyways. Um... Hmm. Man, over 1,000 people online on just like a Thursday. This guy's got on infinity boots, a Serpelm, Eclipse. And I can only presume that's a Fury. Why is he on? Why does he have infinity boots on though? That's what confuses me. Like, no way that's worth it, right? So, do the confliction gauntlets like benefit the shadow at all? Like, or I'm a little confused on that, honestly. I think it's like capped at TOA, so it's like a little irrelevant at TOA. Oh, you know what? So let's run the calculations right here. Oh wow, the DPS calc doesn't even include. Wait, the gauntlets have a special effect. Oh, I think it's like single. Let's read what the special effect is, because I don't even know. Passive effect. The gauntlets have a passive effect that occurs upon a missed magic attack, which causes the next magic attack of that weapon or spell to roll accuracy twice. This effect is disabled if using a two-handed weapon. Okay, so it does not apply to the shadow. As the effect of the Confliction Gauntlets is variable depending on one's base accuracy, it has virtually no effect when the player's base accuracy is 95% and above. Alright, I'm not going to get into those specifics, but basically it causes the next magic attack of the weapon or spell to roll accuracy twice if missed. Okay. But it has no effect on the shadow whatsoever. Okay, what about this mumbo jumbo about it not doing anything in TOA that I heard? Or was that not a thing and just like some free update related things? The passive effect of the gauntlets was initially proposed without any restrictions. However, player concerns of making the Tumikin shadow too powerful led to changes to prevent the gauntlets from interacting with it. Oh, well, I mean, okay, we don't need to account for the passive effect. So if we are overloaded with Augury on, I know my max hit used to be a 69. And this is without the Magus ring. Apparently now it's a 73 with the treads. Wait, you know what? We gotta do one thing at a time. Eternal boots. Tormented bracelet. Avernic treads. Tormented bracelet. And then Avernic treads and Confliction gauntlets. Dude, my max hit is now a 73? Oh, wait, and then let's add the Magus ring. Oh my god, my max hit's a 75? It's a 75 max hit with the shadow. Holy crap. That is crazy. So we jumped from a 69 max hit to a 75 max hit with those changes. Oh wait, what's our total Slayer task right now? Like, cause I know we were working towards 1,000 as well. We've completed 997. Okay. I wonder if they didn't even add stats to the boots. They just let you combine them all. They were the same. I'm pretty sure the base Avernic treads are an upgrade over the individual Sir boots. I could be wrong. Let's take a look. Avernic treads. And then let's pull up like Eternal boots as an example. Eternal boots are +8 attack bonus, +8 defense bonus, and 1% magic strength. 11, 10, 1%. +8 magic attack. Magic def. And 1% magic damage. base Avernix are 11 attack and 10 defense. You know, it's crazy. It's a little weird that there's the Avernic Defender from Tob, or the Avernic Hilt, and then now there's the Avernic Treads. Is there like a lore reason for both of them being Avernics? Because now the difference between Avernic and Avernix, like there's two different meanings to that. Less strength than Prims. Primordial Boots. +4 strength. +5 strength. I mean, all in all, I think it's still an upgrade. Base is same as Dragon Boots, and the Avernic Treads max is 1 more than Primordials. Okay, okay. Interesting though that the Magic Boots are like the Avernic Magic stats are straight up better than Eternals though. Let's take a look at the range stats to him as well. I'm like 90% sure that the base boots are better than Pegasians, because Pegasian boots have never really been good. +12, +5, +0. I guess Prims are just too strong. I don't know. Prims are just too strong. Yeah, you know, if there were clanmates that wanted to do Tob right now, I would probably do some Tob. But other than that, I'm not really sure what to do. Like, honestly, I think I'm like also just a little bit cooked because we have been, there's no other way to put it. We've been like no lifing Mocha since release. So like, so yeah, there's oop, what did I click? Like, I'm not exactly too motivated to do anything else right now, not gonna lie. If anybody's just tuning in, here's our Mocha log. 4 pets, 2 Avernic Treads, 2 Eye of Ix, and the cloth. And if I can recall correctly off the top of my head, it was pet first. Yeah, it was pet first, then boots, then staff, then boots again, then staff again, then pet, 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 and then the cloth. And before the release of the drop rates, like, this did not make any sense to me whatsoever. I was like, how is it possible that I don't have the cloth? But now that we know the drop rates, they're really like all about the same. Even the pet is like very similar drop rate to the items. I'm gonna pull up the wiki drop rates again. And yeah, like if you make it to wave 9, the cloth is about a 1 in 111. The eye is 1 in 116. The Avernic treads, 1 in 123. And the pet is more common than the treads at 1 in 120. Well, let's go send another one. Why not? I've just been standing here. I don't know what to do, but honestly, CMs are brain off activity for me at this point, at least solos anyways. I actually have to use more brain power trying to do a team CM than a solo CM. Just like, and that first one is a little bit rough, but all the muscle memory and stuff should come back to me, and once we figure out how to comfortably use our new inventory setup here. Again, I don't think the Missouri mask is worth it. I kind of don't feel like running the numbers right now, but the mask has never been worth it. Unless the treads change something to where the mask now does something, I don't know. Honestly, I'll let other people tell me that. For right now, we'll just rock with this setup just because like it fits our inventory layout. Here we go again, second solo CM with our newly acquired gear from the Doom of Mocha. A 0? A 1? Oh, I messed up. I was a tick behind. I thought so. Humble 0 tank there, though. Finish it, please. 25. Thank you. Alright, the second raid, we're doing crabs much better than the first time around. Thank you very much. What did I even just click on? build our chest, throw our overload and enhance in there, as well as our supplies. Then we can deposit all, pick up our axe, chop, and make our way over to the tinderbox. The world feels kind of laggy right now. I should have hopped. I set this on the last raid, and I just didn't hop. Alright, that's one inventory. I mean, we were just one shy, but that's okay. Hopefully I didn't forget anything in my setup, as this is a new setup we just made. Do a little bit more chopping. Alright, we can now drop the axe into the tinderbox. Wow, we actually chopped a third full inventory. I usually don't get to do that, I don't think. My inventory looks all funky. So I think I'm supposed to Ember Light spec here. I think last raid I Elder Maw spec'd. I think the move is an Ember Light spec. Okay. You know, maybe this this Ultor Mage's Ring combination hinges upon using Surge Pots. And dude, I forgot my potions again. Last raid, I forgot my overload and enhance, and once again, I'm doing the same thing. I'm absolutely trolling. I've done this 1,000 times, by the way. But one little detail. A few changes to the meta. And I don't know how to do this raid anymore. Gee, I wonder why the shaman room is taking so long. Oh, I got hit by that? Unbelievable. A good thing we have so much health because we didn't overload. It was a calculated move. Okay, we remembered how we prep. Spade, 13 juice, 8 mushrooms. Inventory full of vials, but then we drop 4 immediately afterwards, and this works out perfectly. Once we fill all the vials, we deposit 10 into the chest, and then we fill our inventory up with Buchu. Or more specifically, we're actually going to grab 8 for our 8 restores. So 6, 7, and 8. And the patch actually broke, but that's why we placed 2 patches down. Or planted 2 seeds down. So we make our 8 revits, chuck those and shared. We got the 10 vials from earlier. Now we have 13 in total, 13 juice, and we have 13 inventory slots available to pick all the buchu we need. I quite literally have done this probably like, with the 13-8 number, probably like 300, 400 times. I've done like other variations like 15 and 8 for when I had like really bad year and stuff. I think honestly this 13 and 8 is an over prep. But it's like nice and comfortable. It's not probably an over prep. It's most definitely an over prep, but I mean, who cares? For Vanguards, I like to bring out the Overload Enhance, obviously, but then also 2 brews and 1 restore. And then on the way to the Vanguard room as we overload, we can actually sip 3 brew doses and restore. And by the time we get here, our stats are back up to full. We can rip the ZCB, switch into our mage gear, and our shadow should be in long range so we don't get dragged out like that. But that's okay. We can also make use of our thralls, which in the past, actually, I made it a point not to bring thralls into this room. Not exactly sure the reasoning. I think it was like inventory space, but I think these days it's fine. I don't quite remember my reasoning, but I used to not bring thralls here. For sure. I probably should have ran to the ranger. Now, I don't know what my range max hit is now, but I found out that my mage max hit is now a whopping 75, so we gotta watch out for that. It used to be a 69. We're absolutely smacking. I say that and proceed to hit a 0. Into a 7. Into another 0? Alright. Classic, right? Okay, we need to chip away at the melee. Long range with the shadow. It's not hitting very hard, and I was just talking about how my max hit is a 75. Come on. Dude, come on now. What a joke. I don't know what my melee max hit is now either. I think it used to be an 85, but I mean, with the way the scythe works, I was rarely ever going to hit anything close to an 85. It wasn't as much of a concern. I hate when that happens. It digs. It's one shot. Okay, I don't think I left anything, right? No, we're good. So right here, as we get grubs, we're going to switch into our range gear with the ZCB equipped specifically. Make sure that bad boy is on long range. It is, so that we have the ZCB spec ready for Vespula. Previously, it was more important for me to dump my potions during this because of run energy management, but ever since the run energy changes, I don't think it matters at all. We're going to grab 30 grubs here. I don't know what I was clicking there. Okay, I let it sit there for a little while without eating, so we might need a little bit more than 30 in case it regened. I wasn't really paying attention. All right, there we go. And then right here, we bring out everything. Well, not quite everything, I suppose. We don't need the Elder Maw and the Arclight anymore, or the Emberlight. We're actually going to pre-overload here and have Redemption on so that we get a bit of health back. I can actually also go ahead and drop the Enhance because we're going to get a fresh new set during or after Vespula, I should say. I may not have done a proper entry here. No, we're fine. That should be good. Let's start brewing up. Switch into our range gear. We can switch the ZCB into rapid now because we don't need the extra range. We can bin this 2-dose restore and then bring out another brew just in case. Now, surprise, surprise, we're doing tightrope the normal way. No fancy schmancy skips here today. If I ever do want to get like a respectable speedrun time, it's something I do have to do though. And we wouldn't be prepping, or at least not like a full prep. Maybe like a baby prep at most. Huge hit. Good DPS this time around. We didn't get smacked too hard, so we were able to keep our stats up. That was a 55-second Vespula. That felt quick, I think. I don't know. It's been a long time, so like I don't really have a good like memory or reference of like what's really good or not. Right here, we're going to precip the stamina just for convenience. We're going to chuck the stamina in, though. Come out with 2 restores and the rest of the inventory brews. Fairly certain I did not forget anything. I think we're good. We also equipped the pickaxe and the defender before accessing the chest so that we could have an extra inventory slot. You know, the boots go okay with this regular oath plate, but I imagine it looks a lot better with Radiant oath plate. So when it comes to Guardians into Vasa, I also do need to learn or simply just mark the tiles for the teleport skip. I don't know if there's necessarily much to learn in that regard. It looks fairly simple. I just simply don't have the tile markers. Unless there's more to it, I could be mistaken. Okay, our overload is about to expire in about 20 seconds. Same thing with the enhance. But we're going to go ahead and sip the overload right now and then drop it. Equip our scythe so that we have it ready to use for the crystals. And then we're going to swap into our range gear, ZCB equipped. Summon our thralls. Spec ready. We'll sip a brew after the teleport. Enhance ran out, so we'll sip that too. ZCB misses. Quite unfortunate. What can you do? That was not great right there. Terrible DPS. We did a whopping 44 damage before it got the first crystal. Good scythe swings right there, though. Second crystal. Make our way around Vasa so that we don't get run over. In the event that you do need to run through Vasa, praying melee actually reduces a bit of damage. Alright, we're going to have to create some room here, so pickaxe and overload equipped. Sip the enhance, drop the pickaxe and defender equipped. Make sure we pick up the overload, rather. And then as we go, we brew up. And then restore up as well. I don't know why I'm praying preserve. I must have turned that on by mistake earlier at some point. Top our prayer up and drop this one dose. We don't need that anymore. And now we have room to equip our T-bow again. But we're going to switch into our max mage setup. Magic is better with the shadow when you don't have a salve amulet. Which, if I'm not mistaken, not bringing a salve is a pretty common choice in solo CM setups, I think. That is one mystic down. I've yet to see this magical 75 max hit in our mage setup right now. Hopefully we see it at some point. Well, we just hit a 69 right there, which was our previous max hit in our old setup. Second mystic down. Time to deal with the last one. If it would cooperate and turn the corner, I would very much appreciate that. Thank you. Only took like 10,000 tries. About a minute left on the overload, which is actually not ideal for entering the Multistreaming room, as it's going to expire mid-fight, I think. Okay, that was my mistake. If I am tendril skipping, I should be protecting melee when I run through. As a result of not doing that, I ate a 32. Seems as though Multistreaming is not quite as humble as the previous raid. Some might even say completely arrogant. Alright, it's 56%. We're not going to hit it. We're just going to finish chopping the tree. Oh my god, we're going to brew. Our overload expired, so this is where it gets sketchy. We're overloading while fighting. We have taken a crazy, crazy amount of damage here. We're going to ZCB though. And do our best to stay alive. You can tick eat Mudadao, but I'd rather not do that. Because one missed timing and we're dead. Well, it sapped a lot of our brews, but we're alive. But, like I said, we over-prepped. Pretty sure we did, so we're gonna have a ton of supplies available. Pre-pot the stamina, pre-pot the overload and enhance, and then heal up with the brews and restore our stats. Then pick up the fresh pots on the ground. And now we have a full inventory, and we go. Elder Maul equipped. We're gonna hopefully land the spec to start with. We don't. We're gonna run the head. Summon our thrall. Oh, our staff or shadow was supposed to be on normal range there. And not long range. Okay, we are now in cycle, I believe. Come on, let's see a supposed 75. Oh, I think there it is. 75. Holy. Okay, fastest mage hand in the West right there, certainly felt like. Onto the melee hand, though. Unfortunately, we didn't hit a hammer. And in this situation, I believe a Bellator is technically better. But again, we're rocking the Altor just because I see other people rocking the Altor. And I don't actually know the reasoning why. My guess is because of the max hit. We are 3-to-1ing the scythe right now, and I very vaguely know how to world scythe, but this is just easy to do. We're going to brew there because we were in chance territory. I believe max hit is a 43. There's a 40, or there's a 37 right there, jeez. Okay, we're going to 1-0 here because I was hoping to just finish the hand right there, and I didn't want to get hit at 13 health. Beyond the Mocha upgrades, we also switched our setup in the sense that we're now using an Altor and a Mage's Ring instead of just a Altor and Lightbearer. Okay, I was actually late to start there and I had to tank a hit, but luckily we were protecting range anyways. So typically I would have more spec energy than what I have now. We did end up hitting the hammer, so that's nice. Can we get another 75? I should have flicked to my Missouri armor there, since I was already protecting range. But I flicked into the wrong armor set. There we go, did it correctly that time, and it seemingly paid off. We had the wrong overhead on, but we did flick into our best magic defense armor. That is the mage hand down, and I just now realized we didn't have the mage's ring equipped that entire time, probably. We are going to chance it here. We're 41 health. That is definitely chance territory. I can't even see this portal. Okay, it's all the way on the other side. Classic, classic. Oh, huge scythe swing right there. That was absolutely massive. That was probably pretty close to a max hit. So it looks like without Lightbearer, we did get enough spec energy back for one hammer here. Although a 221 P2 is probably not very ideal. It is what it is, though. Okay, so if we hammer off Rip and immediately run to the ring finger tile, we don't get hit. This method works for P2 and P3, but on P1 you will tank one hit. I'm sure there are other methods to do it, but this is just how I've done things hundreds upon hundreds of times. Unfortunately, the head did not turn. I don't think I even summoned the draw, so let's just fix that. This is P3, so we gotta make sure not to reset the hand. Oh my god, a 74. That was a very conveniently placed portal. As you can see that I managed to reach the portal, turn the head, and not get hit. That's like one of those things that's like oddly satisfying here sometimes. Oh, we got acid. Oh, I messed up there. A 000. Unbelievable. Another one. Into a massive 7. I guess we missed our hammer, so... Flame wall skip. Let's get into the 4-to-1 cycle for range. Not the burn. T-Bow's noodling. Taking massive damage right now. The pulls come out, but I'm just going to ignore them, honestly. And stay in cycle. I think that was a Thrall finish. Once again, no purple. To be fair, can't really expect one right now based on how recently we pulled a purple. Grimy Torstals, and once again, Lizard Man Fangs. We had the same ones on the last raid. That was a 35-18, which is a little bit better than the previous run. Alrighty. Once again, let's take things out of this chest before we forget. It's a good habit to do because the amount of times that people leave something in the chamber's chest and then they go do other content and they're like, oh, where's my item? And they left it in here. The worst is if you go to next, and yes, I'm telling this story for a reason. The worst situation is when you do some chambers, then you and the boys are like, all right, it's time to next. We need our Torva, we need our ZCB. You farm up 300, 400 KC for God Wars. You enter the room. Everyone says, we're ready. You gear up, and you're like, wait, where's my Fang? And then it's in the chamber's storage. You know, I wonder, do I have any dupe Fangs sitting on this account right now, actually? I do, I have 3. So, you know what? On one hand, I don't use the Fang in chambers anymore, not since the Scythe. But yeah, like if you don't have a Scythe, you would definitely use a Fang in chambers for Vanguards, and I think Tecton, if you don't have the Elder Maul either, I think the Fang is best. But you know what? In the event that I did somehow leave my Fang in storage, at least I have these dupe Osmuntum's Fangs in the bank. Like, I'd have to use the unkitted, but it's better than TPing out at that point. By the way, it's a shame that I don't really use the Fang this like often anymore, but the Fang kit looks so good. Like, especially if you compare them side by side to the original default Fang and the kitted Fang. I'm back. Have you completed it? Yes, I have. That is why we aren't at Mocha right now, because we have completed and green logged Mocha. There it is, 4,095 total delves. and 374 deep delves. Yeah, we completed probably a little bit an hour ago. Because we've ran 2 solo CM since. Admittedly, right now I'm like not sure what to do. It was weird. It's like I knew it was gonna happen at some point, but like I just didn't really expect to actually pull the clock today for one reason or another. I thought the game was gonna continue to troll me and give me like another item or even another pet roll. Came back after quitting for a year, trying to raid for supplies, and I have placement fags. Yeah. Um, I do have several dupes sitting on this account. A lot of it though I have dumped over for GP on the normal account, but there are a fair bit of dupes sitting on this account. And on another account in the GIM actually. Yeah, this is a group Iron Man. I actually play 2 accounts in this group. But other than that, I'm effectively just a regular Iron Man. But I took advantage of being a group and like I kind of like dolo accounts sometimes for fun. Like I've done when Royal Titans first came out, I did Royal Titans on 2 accounts at once. Which, if you quit for a year, you might not know what Royal Titans are, do you? I don't know. You've been lurking since you were at Delp but went to nap. Oh yeah, that was a little while ago, huh? Yeah, we were locked at the Delve boss for sure. And honestly, now that we're technically free, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Like, I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing. No clue what they are. Yeah, they're. I don't know if you know what Yama is either, but Royal Titans and Yama are 2 bosses that were introduced. I think within this year, both of them, where they're like intended to be like duo bosses, like 2-player bosses, which is pretty cool. All right, what are we doing now? We are once again asking ourselves, what should we do right now? You know what? Basic Iron Man thing here. We're gonna go do an herb run real quick because throughout the course of our Mocha grind, we've had to resupply on prayer pots 3 different times, and now we're down to 106 again. And we do have some Renars sitting in the bank, but we're gonna grab some more. Here we go. Renar seeds. We do have like a pretty decent stack in the bank. We'll just do like 6 patches right now. Whatever. I'm too lazy to do like a full like run where I plant at every single patch. Something to help you make money. You know, for the longest time, I did not do herb runs. But ever since they made that change, where they're looking to balance out the drop tables a bit more, particularly at like raids and stuff, I do plan on doing more herb runs now because they drop seeds more often than the actual herbs themselves, which I mean is technically a bad thing for me. Like it's an extra step for me, but I completely understand the change. It makes a whole lot of sense. Like you should not be able to just solely rely on PVMing to upkeep your supplies. When that happens, it makes skilling a little bit redundant. And Exhibit A, I said so myself. I used to not do herb runs, but I definitely do them now. How I upkept potions, especially prayer potions, was I literally just spammed solo CMs and Tob. I used little to no supplies doing the raids, but I would come out with a ton of herbs. Note these bad boys. Let's go to Hasidius. I'm trying to just remember the patches that have like a bonus off the top of my head. I do believe that that Varlamore one does have a bonus, or maybe it's just like free protection. I'm not sure. But the Hasidius one, this one has free protection and a bonus yield, if I'm not mistaken. I believe the Lumbridge / Falador one we just TP to also does after completion of diaries. Oh, Catherby is definitely a one as well, so let's go to the Catherby one. I'm gonna have to POH teleport for this one and use the Portal Nexus. Teleport menu. Catherby. Alright, surely everyone pronounces it Catherby, right? Like, no one says Catherby, right? Right? Any Catherbys in the chat? Cammy. For Camelot, though, I mean, Catherby's this area. 30 million range XP. Jeez, okay, which patch do we go to next? Farming Guild. Pretty sure the Farming Guild one has a bonus yield. Surely, right? Also, I do have a farming contract to do right now and birdhouse run, but I simply can't be bothered. Maybe we'll do the birdhouse run, though. We'll do the birdhouse run. I can't be bothered with the contract right now. Six patches, and we get 59 Renars. Who's dropping seeds on the ground, bro? Quick little tip, especially for Iron Men. If you need to do birdhouse runs and you can't be bothered to pickpocket the master farmers for seeds, this is a good way of upkeeping seeds for birdhouse runs, as long as you have access to the farming guild, which as an Iron Man, I imagine you do pretty early on with the farming levels. You can buy seeds from Amelia's seed shop right next to the vault. You don't need to go to Draenor or pickpocket master farmers if you don't want to. Man, all of a sudden is just thundering right now. I don't know if my mic is picking that up in the background. The one next to the trolls, in I think like Troll Triangle. Oh, you know, I have never planted one time at that patch. Oh wait, no, you're thinking of, how do you pronounce it? Weiss? 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 The snow troll area next to Must, but yeah. That one I've been to, yeah, but oftentimes I'm like kind of lazy to go over there. The Troll Stronghold one though, I am definitely like can't be bothered going over there. I don't know. Any god eggs this run, perhaps? Not on the 3 birdhouses, one more. One more though. Alright, well, now that we are done with the Mocha era of sorts, 2 weeks and a day after initial release, which is crazy to say. Although we will go back eventually, because my other account does need the cloth as well. I do have the dupe boots and eye already, so I don't need to worry about those. But yeah, we'll be once again after the cloth. But yeah, we're done with the Mocha era for now. We'll be returning to like other grinds on this account. I don't think I'm gonna do them tonight, just because, like I said, I've been grinding Mocha for the last 2 weeks in a day, like heavy hours. I think we will go after the Void Waker as well as the Noxious Halberd. If we look at our Slayer Mask right now, or check the Slayer Mask, we are on our 998th task. We've done 997. Once we get to 1000, we're going to be freely skipping to target tasks that we want. And one of the tasks we want right now actually is a Raxor, because we're after the Noxious Halberd. And I guess whenever we skip and get Bear's task, or Skeleton's task, or Spider's task, we can do the Wildy bosses to get our Void Waker. But yeah, Void Waker, Noxious Halberd is priority number 1 and 2 right now. And I'd say number 3, we do have an easy clue right now. So let's actually go and do this easy clue. Which to some people that have been around, oh my god, this guy's doing clues, you know, because I typically never do clues. But we want to do easy clues because we are currently after the ham joint. The ham joint and the Void Waker are going to help us with Fasani's Nightmare, which is actually pretty high on our priority list right now. The only 2 things we have from Fasani's Nightmare is the Inquisitor's Top. Well, I suppose it's technically 3 things, because we have the Harmonized Nightmare Staff. We still have the... Oh, wait, dude, how could I forget? I am trolling. We also have the Mace. So, yeah, progress is actually pretty good at Fasani's right now. Anyways, let's figure out what this easy clue and we'll do. Goblin house outside of Lumbridge. You can also tell that I don't do a lot of clues because my inventory setup for this is probably not even that great. It's like very bare bones. In fact, I think I forgot to bring out a couple more items. What if we get the ham joint right now? Also, I don't know if I was stacking any caskets or not. I might not have been. I don't think I have any. Next step. Oh, man. Fishing Guild. Okay. Emerald Ring, Sapphire, Amulet, Bronze Chain Body. Okay, we need... If it's a red X, it means we don't have any of those items, right? Yeah. Wait, no, we have an Emerald Ring. Sapphire Amulet. We have an Emerald Ring, Amulet Mold, Amulet Mold. I believe we can just buy the Bronze Chain Body. Gold Bar. Oh, also, you can stash these, right? I think it's just regular planks. Do I need like 10 planks? Bro, I don't even know. Maxed Iron Man does not know how to do clues. Yep. Let's go to Edgeville. Make our Sapphire Amulet. We're also going to need a ball of wool, right? To string it afterwards. Bronze chain body. Where do I buy? Oh, Varrock. Believe the shortcut is A. Indeed it is. In our portal nexus. Horvik has a bronze chain body available to buy, right? Yes, he does. Okay, now we go to the fishing guild, in which I think we can just use our cape. Yep. Very nice. Where's the stash unit? Let's build the stash unit first. Surely it's just regular planks, right? I forgot the saw and hammer. Yeah, Saw, hammer. Build. Thank you. Wait, I just I didn't buy the bronze chain body because I didn't have any GP in my inventory. Bro, a bronze chain body isn't worth anything anyways, bro. How much is Horvik gonna scam me for here for a friggin' bronze chain body, huh? 60 coins? Ridiculous. Alright, back to the fishing guild. Let's put on our stuff. Actions have consequences. Okay, dude. What's our next step? White Knight's Castle. Okay, let's store our supplies here. Falador. Alright, we have been live for like 9 hours, so honestly, once we get this clue done, I might just have to call it. Oh, we got the clue done. Alright, here we go. I'm going to open this casket. Fresh off of completing the Doom of Mocha, we're now on to other things. Decided to do an easy clue that's been sitting in my bank for who knows how long. Just got the casket. Here comes the ham joint. Never mind. Not even a collection log. Unfortunate. Lumberyard teleports. We'll go chuck those in our... What's the thing called? The Master Scrollbook? I believe that's what it's called. It is. Alright, there we go. Chuck those in there. Alright, guys. Yeah, like I said, I've been live for 9 hours. Very glad we got the Doom of Mocha done today, though. There was a stretch, as bad as it sounds, because the boss came out 2 weeks ago. There was a stretch where I was beginning to feel a little burned out from the boss. Again, sounds really bad because the boss only came out 2 weeks ago, but with the amount of hours we put into it. But yeah, we will call it here. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. I'll catch you guys on the next one. We'll probably start either a little bit of a Slayer grind or a Wildy grind. Maybe like a bit of both hand in hand. But yeah, I will catch you guys on the next one. Take it easy. I have to go grab some dinner. Have a good one.